So word from the start line is that we are going to be running the juniors down track momentarily here. So good to see all the juniors on the property for this Mission Finals weekend. We mentioned earlier that weather is going to be a factor throughout the weekend. We've got a great day here today. Friday's Test and Tune, certainly nice and sunny, going up into the 20s. It's a little over 14 right now, so everything is perfect for racing and Test and Tune here today. So we're going to start with the juniors. Got Thunder in lane 1, Lightning in lane 2, and Junior Street, you're in 3 and 4. And that means that all of you high school racers on the property joining us this weekend, you are on standby. We'll be calling you to the lanes just as soon as we get the juniors underway. So high school qualifier number 1 will commence a little after juniors start. So we kick things off. First run of the day. It's going to be Alex Green, part of the Green Brothers Racing trio. 2021, Alex was certainly making a mark in the category, winning Junior Thunder in Door Wars 9. He won Junior Thunder at the JBS Junior Shootout, and then runner-up at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So Alex has certainly been carving a name for himself as part of the Green Brothers Racing trio. He's one of the younger competitors. You can be as young as 5 years of age in Junior Dragster, and he's certainly on the younger side, and you can usually tell all the younger drivers will be running the 8th mile at approximately anywhere from 12 to 15 seconds. This is a different car than he ran last year. Got sponsorship from Bumper Stand. So he goes 12:06 at 53 miles an hour on the first pass of the morning. That's Alex Green. Easy to identify the Green Brothers Racing because all their cars, even though the paint schemes are different, they're all green. So next up is Hunter Gallant out of Chilliwack. In the other lane, in the green dragster, that is Jack Green. So Hunter running a lot of sponsors for his junior dragster program this year. The sponsors include BDL Automotive, Super Steve's Tires, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, and Paint by Rodrigue. In the green dragster, that is, of course, Jack Green. Hunter turns the red light on, but as we all know, that is not an issue for test and tune runs or qualifying or anything like that, just making runs on the car, see how it does. The dragster runs 9:06. 9:06, and Jack Green goes 13:98. Hunter's junior dragster, 71 miles an hour, and Jack in the green dragster goes 44 miles an hour. And that brings up Connor Jackson and Isabella Marshall. All of these junior dragsters in the Thunder category for ages 5 to 12. So Connor over here, tower side in the white dragster out of Abbotsford, sponsored by TKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, and Lordco. And Isabella Marshall over on the spectator side in the Lordco lane, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group and Quality Manufactured Homes. .902 is the time for Connor at 73 miles an hour. Isabella goes 9:35 at 71.86 miles per hour. Next pair is going to be Ashton Katnick and Cadence Rodrigue. Ashton here on the tower side, sponsored by TK Performance and Lordco. And Cadence, sponsored by Milron Truck Body, Color Compass, Ken's Specialty Auto, Elite Belts, and Grandpa Joe. Cadence out of Chilliwack in the blue-flamed dragster on the Lordco side of the racetrack. So Ashton ran an 11:76 at 55 miles an hour, and 9:04 is the time for Cadence at 71 miles per hour. And that brings up Adam Katnick. Katnick family did have 3 junior dragsters running earlier in the season, but one of the members aged out and is driving a Mustang now in the sportsman ranks. So Adam Katnick on a bye run. Goes 8:97 at 73 miles an hour. And that takes care of the Thunder category. We pick up the pace a little bit now as we move into Junior Lightning. All drivers in this category, age 13 to 17. And so we're going to get a little quicker, a little bit louder, a little bit faster. And the first 2 are going to be Emma Debris-Coos over on the Lordco side of the racetrack, and CL Gagnon here on the TCS side. Hey, tension in the pits, tension in the pits. All of you high school runners, we're going to call you up to the lanes 1 and 2. All high school runners, lanes 1 and 2. This will be a qualifier for you. High school will bring you up to lanes 1 and 2, please. So CL Gagnon here, Tower Side, sponsored by Rad Torque and Titanium Auto Group. Emma Debris-Coos, sponsored by BD Lift Trucks, SRC, Shawnigan Excavating, Titanium Auto Group, and Straight Line Race Cars. .803 is the time for Emma, 81 miles an hour. CL goes 7:81 at 82 miles an hour. So Colton Morin coming up in the Lordco lane out of Mission. His last year in the junior dragster category. He has a full-size dragster on the trailer already, set to go, and I'm sure he is keen to get that car down track on a regular basis. But finish up the season in his junior dragster, sponsored by TDS, Tires Plus, Waco Flooring, JBS, and Rex Cox. So Colton goes 799, 82 miles an hour. In the other lane, 889, 74. Just a quick announcement to the juniors. Emma Debris-Coos' starter was picked up at the start line. So if you have the starter for Emma Debris-Coos, she would like it back in her pit area, please. So just looking to return the starter for Emma Debris-Coos. Somebody inadvertently picked it up, need that return. It's Lincoln Shirk and Aiden Katnick. Roll up. Once again, we made the call for all high school runners to the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2. High school, we need you in the lanes 1 and 2. Lincoln Shirk over here, Tower Side, sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group and a host of others, including Rad Torque, JBS, and JS Power Sports. Aiden Katnick over in the Lordco lane. So Aiden goes 794 at 82 miles an hour. Lincoln 796 at 81 miles an hour. The Lightning category, they can run as quick as 7.50 at 89.99 miles an hour. Okay, final call now for all of you high school competitors. Final call for all of you high school competitors into lanes 1 and 2. And with that, we're going to call everyone on a sportsman tree. Everybody racing on a sportsman tree. We want you to the lanes. We're going to put you in lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. 4, 5, and 6. So once again, final call for all high school racers. All high school racers, you should be in lanes 1 and 2 for your first hit at the track. Final call for all high school racers. If you're on a sportsman tree, we need you to the lanes as well. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6, please. 4, 5, and 6 if you're on a sportsman tree. So now we move into Junior Street. So one Junior Street racer taking the opportunity to make a pass here this morning. And that is Taryn Monroe, driving the 1994 Blazer on the Lordco side of the racetrack. .11:34 is the time for Taryn. 62 miles an hour. Like their junior dragster counterparts, they race to the 8th mile. So that takes care of the juniors, presented by Peden Industries. Peden Industries, of course, sponsoring the junior category here in 2023. Now we move into the high school runners who are on the property this weekend.
Yeah, go ahead. I have quarter mile.
So the high school runners on the property here, getting some test runs in this morning here on this Friday test and tune day. They race, obviously, to the quarter mile. Yet to be determined as to how many are on the property and how they want to run any of the remainder runs, whether it'll be eliminations or grudge matches. We'll sort of stay tuned and keep you sorted on that one. Once again, we have made the call for all Sportsman Tree racers. Sportsman Tree, if that's your tree, you should be rolling up into lanes 4, 5, and 6 if you are hoping to get in some test runs this morning. Just want to make mention again that if you inadvertently picked up the starter for Emma Debris Coos, please return that to their pit area. Their starter was moved off the start line, and so if you inadvertently picked that up, please return that to Emma Debris Coos' pit area. Appreciate it. Word is it has been returned, so thanks to everyone involved. So we have called all sportsman racers into lanes 4, 5, and 6, and that means Pro Tree. If you're on a Pro Tree, you are probably good to be on standby, all right? If you're on a Pro Tree, you should consider yourself on standby. This is the perennial motorcycle track champion, Al Omond. 9:16 is the time for Al, 142 miles an hour. So 1175 over on the TCS side here, 113 miles an hour, 1211 in the Lordco side, 110 miles an hour as Bill Halicki rolls up here on Tower side. All these cars making test runs, running in different categories. Bill in his little Ford Ranchero, running in the hot rod category where your car has to be 1969 or older, the body style. And then there's lots of other categories like sportsman over on the Lordco side as well. Bill experiencing some tire spin. Lordco Lane goes 10.60 at 126 miles an hour, and the Ranchero, well, 11.24 at 125 miles an hour. Small block dragster over on the Lordco side. $13.15 is the time for the dragster, 101 miles an hour. The door car goes 106 miles an hour in 13.21 seconds. Blue Camaro here on the tower side. Normally runs as indicated on the window in the Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket category, as does the red Vega over in the other lane. Camaro leaves with the wheels up. Vega planted. 9:34 is the time for the Vega at 144. Camaro goes 10 flat, 134 miles per hour. I believe that is Al Proc over here on the tower side. Green Cuda. And Mike Robinson over in the Lordco lane in the red and black 27 Ford T Roadster. Robinson goes 9:12 at 142 miles an hour. The Roadster goes, as I say, 142.68 miles an hour. And the Cuda, 121 miles an hour at 10:39. Bill Monroe Sr. rolling up in his 31 steel-bodied Model A. Dodge Dart over on the spectator side. Wow, wheels came up pretty high on the Model A, and he's been working hard all season to cure that. It headed for the wall, so he wisely got off the throttle. 9:85 is the time for the Dart at 135 miles an hour. But Rob Monroe adding weight to the front end of that car to make sure that the wheels didn't lift, but just got a little bit too much of the track this time, and it went up and then started to head left to the wall, so needed to get off the throttle, and he will take a look at the setup once he gets back into the pits. They'll have a number of opportunities throughout the day to make some changes to the suspension and weight distribution. Of tire slippage there on that Challenger. Up in smoke and spinning spinning something fierce. 1410. So, attention in the pits. We're going to make a final call for any Sportsman Tree racers. Final call for Sportsman Tree racers. You should be either in or heading to lanes 4, 5, and 6. 4, 5, and 6. And that means we're going to make a call for all Pro Tree racers. Pro Tree. If you're racing on a Pro Tree, you can come on up to lanes 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3, Pro Tree racers. Your first hit at the track. Irene Cocatello over on the Lordco side of the racetrack, and Mal Patterson over here on the Tower side. His Malfunction Acadian. Good grip out there as Mal lifts the front end on the wheelie bars. Irene runs 10:49, 128 miles an hour. Mal Patterson goes 10:03 at 132 miles an hour. Once again, we've made that final call for all Sportsman Tree racers. All Sportsman Tree racers, you should be in lanes 4, 5, and 6. And Pro Tree racers, we're calling you now. Pro Tree test and tune runs in lanes 1, 2, and 3. Bring them up. So we do want to make a mention to all racers as you come to the start line. We're noticing that a lot of you do carry some debris with you, gravel and stuff like that, things that we shouldn't have on the track. So we would urge all racers to make sure that they check their wheel wells for any sediment or any gravel that is hidden away that is going to leave when you hit the throttle on the start line. Better that you clean it off in the pits than we have to spend time on the start line. So please pay attention to that as you head into the staging lanes. The start line crew would greatly appreciate it. Ross Walker over on the Lordco side in the Chevy 2. Dodge pickup over here on the Tower side. Lordco lane goes 10:09, 131 miles an hour, and 10:53 for the pickup at 123 miles per hour. Randy Hermson rolls up in the Winged Behemoth. In the other lane, the red 56 Chevy of Terry Charles. So Randy Hermson heads down track in the 3,800-pound 58 Oldsmobile. 13:52 at 104 miles an hour. Bit of a troubled run for Terry Charles. Not able to get the car to run under power the whole quarter mile, so he'll coast through the top end. Runs a 16:53 at 66 miles per hour, but definitely off the pace. So we have made the call for all pro tree runners, all pro tree racers who want to make test hits. You can come on up to lanes 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. That is lanes reserved for you. So we got the gold satellite rolling up into the stage beams here on the tower side, and a little fox-bodied Mustang over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. So the Mustang getting a good bit of traction off the start line and goes 9:54 at 143 miles an hour. And 117 miles an hour for the satellite over here on the tower side. 11:77 was the elapsed time. So we're going to make the final call for any pro tree racers. Final call for all pro tree racers. We need you in lanes 1, 2, and 3, and we're going to make the call for high school, your second hit. High school, we need you to the lanes 5 and 6. High school, we need you in lanes 5 and 6 for your second hit at the track. So Steve Abbassini staging up the motorcycle here on the tower side, looking to get into the sixes. Wow, 730 at 193 miles an hour. Earlier in the week, he ran a 715, and so working on that motorcycle to do what he can to get into the sixes. He'll have some more shots a little later on, for sure. So attention in the pits. High school. We're calling you to 5 and 6. Lanes 5 and 6 for any high school racers. High school 5 and 6. And that means that we are going to call sportsman tree racers. Sportsman tree racers to the lanes as well. 1, 2, and 3. Sportsman tree racers. You can come back up to the lanes 1, 2, and 3. That is Tom Turando touring up to the stage beams. Wheels up on Tom's launch there. 8:63 is the time at 157 miles an hour. So Al Oman making another pass. Al over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. So we have called high school to lanes 5 and 6, high school to lanes 5 and 6, and sportsman tree racers to lanes 1, 2, and 3. So Al getting perilously close to the center line, out of the groove, manages to get off the throttle a little bit and stay on the sticky stuff. But it certainly affected the time, 9:28, 140 miles an hour. As we move into high school racers once again. So a couple more high school runners. RCMP car with slicks. And the Camaro runs 1527. 65 miles an hour, 1726 in the other lane at 79 miles per hour. So attention in the pits, we have called sportsman And that means that we are going to put Junior on standby. All junior racers, we're going to put you on standby. We'll be calling you next. So we go back into test and tune action here in the sportsman tree classes. These are all racers running on a tree that comes down 500ths as opposed to a pro 400ths tree. Gene Blender. Adam Blender and Grant Gordon. First two down. Dodge Dart goes 12:01 at 111 miles an hour. 13:26 for Adam. 106 miles an hour. Next up is Pierre Frenchy and Bill Halicki. Pierre bringing his 88 Trans Am here to Mission. Races a lot at Western Speedway on Vancouver Island. Bill puts the Ranchero through the top end with a 1078, 125 miles an hour, and the Trans Am goes 1335, 99 miles an hour. Next up, Ron Walsh and Nick Angelucci. Nick driving the 78 Malibu, Lordco side of the racetrack. Blue Camaro with the wheels up launch. That is Ron Walsh here on the tower side. Camaro runs 998, 134 miles an hour, and Nick goes 1059, 126 in the Malibu. And here comes Brian Heffel driving the Vega, and Chris Stone in the Dodge Dart. So here comes Randy Hermson and Rob Getz. Randy in the Oldsmobile, Rob in the pickup. So the pickup goes 1180 at 113 miles an hour. Randy, consistent as ever, 1369 at 103 miles per hour. Once again, make the final call for sportsmen to be in the lanes. Sportsmen, we need you in the lanes. Final call. So, Junior Dragsters, once again, you're on standby as we will be calling you very, very shortly. Junior Dragsters, you are on standby. So the Malibu goes 1379 at 76 miles an hour. And that brings up our next pair, which is Rob Monroe Sr. and Dustin Hunter. So attention in the pits. This will be the call for juniors. We need juniors to the lanes now. Junior Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, and Junior Street 3 and 4. Well, Rob Monroe Sr. still lifting the front wheels pretty high on that 31, goes 888 at 149 miles an hour. It went straight this time, which is a good thing. Dustin Hunter goes 912 at 146. And that brings up Rich Ray and Al Prock. Al driving the lime green Plymouth Barracuda here on the tower side, and Rich Ray in the green Dodge Dart. Rich Ray 991, 135 miles an hour. Al Prock 1041 in the CUDA at 120 miles per hour. Next up will be Terry Charles, who had a troubled first pass in his 56 Chevy. And Irene Cocatello getting some start line direction as to where to put the car in the different groove. So a better launch for Terry this time. Not able to really get off the line under power, but goes through with a 10.06, 129 miles per hour, a more representative run for that 56 Chevy. And Irene goes 10.57 at 127 miles per hour in the little Chevy. Next up, Ross Walker over here, tower side. 10:05 is the time for Walker. 10:05 at 131 miles an hour. In the other lane, 12:21. 12:21 at 107 miles an hour. We talk about it all the time, but it is worth mentioning to all of you racers who are new to Mission Raceway that we are a left side racetrack. So you do need to have any number designations on the left-hand side of the race car. Large and legible is always better. So left-hand side of the racetrack. Need to have your number and any dial-ins on the driver's side windows for us to see up here in the tower. Robert Zillak now over on the Lordco lane in the Dodge Challenger. Again, experiencing a tremendous amount of wheel spin. Not able to grab hold of the track with the way the car is set up. The satellite in the other lane runs the 1154 at 119 miles an hour. And Robert's off the gas and coasting through the top end. 21 seconds. So one junior street racer making a test pass here this morning. Taryn Monroe in the Blazer. Goes 11.40 at 62 miles an hour. Call goes out now to bring up the junior dragsters for their second hit at the track. Peden Industries is the sponsor for the junior category, and they have been providing professional excavation services throughout the Lower Mainland since 1969. Over 50 years of excavation and construction experience, Peden Industries knows what it takes to provide exceptional service for commercial, industrial, and residential clients. Whether it's land clearing and site preparation, gravel placing, road building, you can count on Peden Industries to create a solid foundation for your project. After all, they know what you're looking for, exactly the same thing that they look for in a contractor: skilled workmanship, dependable service, and a quality project completed on time and on budget. You can visit Peden Industries online at www.pedenindustries.ca. Sponsors of the junior program here at Mission Raceway in 2023. So Connor Jackson goes 899, 73 miles an hour, and Cadence Rodrigue goes 895, 71 miles an hour. So Hunter Gallant rolls up now into the water box. Bentley Johnson in the other lane. In the black dragster with the teeth. White dragster of Hunter out of Chilliwack in Bentley Mission. All the juniors getting their cars sponsored by picking up as much contingency funds as they can to support the racing program. It is not inexpensive to race junior dragsters by any stretch of the imagination. If you're doing it on a week-in, week-out basis, it can be costly. And so getting additional sponsors, additional to the prize money that is available over the course of a racing year. Hunter having sponsorship support from BDL Automotive and Super Steve's Tires and Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, and Bentley from Bubba's Speed Shop and Lucas Oil. Here comes Ashton Katnick and Alex Green now. Alex, sponsored by Bumper Stand and Ashton TK Performance. Alex Green, of course, on the Lordco side in the green dragster, and Ashton here on the subtly flamed out black dragster. So Alex goes 12:10 at 53 miles an hour. Ashton goes 11:70, 55 miles an hour at the 8th mile stripe. Here comes Adam Katnick now and Isabella Marshall. Adam over here, tower side. Isabella on the spectator side. Once again, sponsorship into play here is Adam, sponsored by TK Performance and Lordco. And Isabella, Titanium Auto Group and Quality Manufactured Homes. At the stripe, 8:85 is the time for Isabella at 75 miles an hour. Adam goes 8:88 at 73 miles an hour. Brings up two of the Green Brothers Racing Junior dragsters, Nate Green and Jack Green. Alex already having made his run. Nate and Jack both sponsored by Bumper Stand. $10.96 for Nate. Jack goes $13.87. So Nate goes 57 miles an hour. Jack 44 miles an hour. Lincoln Shirk now. By run here. Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque, JBS, and JS Power Sports. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to call high school to the lanes once again. High school to the lanes in 5 and 6. High school 5 and 6. And Sportsman Tree Racers, you have another opportunity here. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3 for Sportsman Tree Racers. Bring them up. Eight flat for Lincoln Shirk, 8.00 at 81 miles an hour. So Emma Debris Coos and Aiden Katnick now. Emma Debris Coos from Shawnigan and Aiden from Maple Ridge. So Emma Debris Coos BD lift truck sponsorship, SRC and Shawnigan Excavating, Titanium Auto Group, and Straight Line Race Cars all lending some support to Emma's junior drag racing program. Aiden Katnick, TK Performance sponsorship, a family enterprise. Step up into the lightning category here as the cars run a lot quicker and faster. 782 for Aiden, 83 miles an hour. Emma goes 801 at 80.89 miles an hour. So part of the Big Kids Racing enterprise, Nate Gagnon, CL's dad, out front, tuning the junior dragster. Nate racing in the Top Fuel Harley category. Trailer full, it seems, of Top Fuel Harleys. Nate makes the final adjustments on the RPM for the junior dragster. CL is sitting inside of. Rad Torque sponsorship and Titanium Auto Group. $791 at 82 miles an hour. So CL should be happy with that. A licensing pass on that driver. 1337, 40 miles an hour. And we are going to be down for just a couple of minutes as we do a little bit of track preparation. We have made the call for high school to be in lanes 5 and 6. And we have called sportsman tree racers to lanes 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So we will be having test and tune runs through to 4 o'clock this afternoon, and then there will be a break as some track preparation will take place, and then there will be the Race of Champions taking place starting at 6 p.m., and that begins with one qualifier and then going into eliminations through to the end of the rotation. So Race of Champions taking place later on tonight. As we are working against the weather, we'll get as much of the final points race in on Saturday, and that may in fact be completed depending on what Mother Nature has in store. And if some runs need to be completed on Sunday, they will be completed on Sunday. And Sunday will also just be basically a bracket race, box and no box, that kind of thing. So it'll be a moving target all weekend as we are working with the weather. So stay tuned to our announcements. We'll keep you posted as far as what the latest is. On Sunday morning, of course, certainly invite everyone to who's interested, join us for chapel service. Sunday morning in the Tower, 8 a.m. Final chapel service of the season, the heart and the mind. We're going to talk about that. So, Racers for Christ, non-denominational chapel service, third floor of the Tower. Sunday morning, 8 a.m. If you are so inclined, we certainly invite you to join us for the final chapel service of the season. So we're back into high school runs. High school on the property here. Hey, attention to the pits. We're going to make one more call for Sportsman Tree Racers. Lanes 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Sportsman Racers. If you were on a Sportsman Tree, bring them up to lanes 1, 2, and 3, please. Second pair of high school runners now. Lordco lane 1417. 1417 at 98 miles an hour. And in the other lane, 2179. 2179 at 44 miles an hour. It's always worth keeping in mind that it is not the quickest or the fastest that will win a race. It is the most consistent runner, so always good to keep that in mind. So the Camaro, with RCMP sponsorship, 1322. 1322 at 102 miles an hour. So a lot of racers making sort of their last opportunity for test and tune runs here for this weekend's final race of the Summit ET Series. The race will be the final points race for 2023 and will determine the track champions for the year. Speaking of which, Al Oman, a perennial track champion in the motorcycle category, on the start line right now. So Al Oman heads down track, goes 9:16, 141 miles an hour. As Randy Hermson rolls up alongside Mal Patterson. So Randy Hermson, a fixture here at Mission Raceway, lives just a few minutes down the road. Been racing that Oldsmobile for about 25 years. Wheels way up high, making full use of those wheelie bars is Mal Patterson in his Acadian. Goes 131 miles an hour at 10:06. Randy Hermson, 102 miles an hour at 13:69. Thirteen flat at 103 miles an hour for that high school runner. Slightly out of sequence, but able to get him down the track. As we go back into various racers running on a sportsman tree.
Go ahead.
So just need to bring up something in terms of some house rules. We often talk about the speed limit in the pit lane area, that if you're driving on the pit road areas, we need you down to 10 miles per hour. And if you're walking on those pit lanes, we do ask that you pay attention to the traffic that is there. And also, if you are down on the beach, that is fine by the river. Being on the beach is fine, but we would ask you to refrain from going on the logs. Beach is fine. Being on the logs is not fine. So, Ranchero goes 1079 at 125 miles an hour, and the Dodge Dart here on the tower side, 1204, 110 miles an hour as Ron Walsh rolls up in his blue Camaro here on the TCS lane. In the other lane, it is a Jeep, actually. Rapid Fire, he calls it. It is a 4-cylinder, supercharged engine, high winding, and originally built for land speed records. So the Camaro wheels up, launch, gets there with a 10:05 at 133 miles an hour. The little Jeep goes 10:45 at 111 over on the Lordco side of the racetrack as Nick Angelucci and Brian Heffel bring their cars to the line. Brian in the red Vega and Nick in the 78 Malibu. Vega runs through with a 935 at 143 miles an hour, 1064 for Angelucci, 125 miles an hour. Here comes Irene Cocatello again and Darren Kempf in the dragster. Irene in the little blue Nova. Hey, attention in the pits. We're going to make a final call for sportsman tree runners. Pro Tree, we're going to call you up now. Pro Tree, bring them up to the staging lights, 5 and 6. Pro Tree, it's your opportunity to make another pass. If you're on a Pro Tree, bring them up. Lanes 5 and 6. Rocky Philipchuk in the Vega goes 987, 134 miles an hour. Towerside in the water box, Mike Robinson. In the other lane, says it's Pierre Frenchie. Sounds too convenient to me. 88 Trans Am, small block Chevy, under the hood. That Firebird races at Western Speedway on the island, or I should say raced. Don't believe that they have that facility anymore. I could be corrected. Mike Robinson in the Towerside 27 Ford T Roadster. So Mike goes 913, 142 miles per hour. And the Firebird goes 14 flat. 14 flat at 99 miles an hour. Next up will be Mustang versus Dodge Challenger. Mustang gets a great reaction time. 006 cutting the tree quite nicely. Goes 953 at 143 miles an hour. And the Challenger 1159 able to get a little bit of a better launch that time around, 121 miles an hour. As Dustin Hunter and Chris Stone will be the next pair down track. Even better reaction time for Dustin Hunter, 001. So 1/1000s away from a perfect reaction time. He goes 910 at 147 miles an hour. Chris Stone 999 at 131 miles per hour. Terry Charles rolls up in his 56 Chevy. He's over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. It's this gold satellite here on the tower side. .003 reaction for the satellite. .118 miles an hour at the quarter-mile stripe. 11:68. 10:09 is the time for Terry Charles. 10:09 at 129 miles an hour. Lordco lane, 10:93 is the time at 119 miles an hour for the Mopar. 12:39 over on the TCS side. Hey, attention to the pits. We're going to make a final call for all of you Pro Tree racers. Pro Tree racers, final call. And that means we're going to call high school back around. High school back around in 5 and 6. High school 5 and 6, and final call for any racers on a Pro Tree. So 8:30 is the time for the Grinch. 8:30 at 161 miles an hour for the Camaro. 122 for Al Proc at 10:78. Wheels up for Bruce Flodine in his pickup. As he takes it down the quarter mile and stops the clocks with a 10:57, 122 miles an hour. So here we go, Steve Abbassini again, bringing his motorcycle to the line, looking to break into the sixes. Not going to happen that time, as had to get off the throttle pretty early on in the run. His bike was getting out of shape, so he'll just coast through. Lordco side goes 1048 at 125 miles an hour, and here on the tower side 1247, 120 miles per hour. Hey, attention in the pits. We're going to make a final call for high school. Final call for high school to head up to lanes 5 and 6. High school, lanes 5 and 6. Final call. And we're going to make a call for sportsman tree racers. Once again, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4 for all sportsman racers. Bring them up for your next hit at the track. As Tom Tarand and his competition in the other lane going 008 on the tree. Breaks the beams at the top end, 838. 838. Tom goes 842. 150 miles per hour in the TCS lane against a 157 mile per hour in the Lordco lane. So the bike in the TCS side quicker, but Tom had him on the mile per hour at the top end. Well, getting out of shape and doing it a couple of times before getting under the throttle again. So not necessarily a representative run at 14:07, 107 miles an hour, but managed to save the run just the same. So we roll back into the high school classes. A couple of schools on the property brought their race cars with them, and they will continue to just make some checkout test runs through the day. So once again, we make the call for sportsman tree racers. Sportsman tree racers. Lanes are open for you. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sportsman tree racers. 1, 2, 3, 4. So once again, while it is quiet, we do want to remind all racers to please ensure that when you come to the start line, you have cleared all of the debris from your wheel wells and hidden accessed areas underneath the chassis so that you're not leaving that debris on the start line. We need you to do the best you can in the pit area. Leave all the debris there, all the gravel, all the bits that you pick up going through the rough areas. Please do not bring that to the start line, as it will simply delay the runs. So do please make an effort to check underneath the wheel wells and clean any gravel and debris in the staging lane or in the pit area before you even come to the staging lanes. Fourteen 1442 for the Camaro at 92 miles an hour. And that is going to take care of this rotation in the high school category as we once again move into sportsman tree racers. So Randy Hermson and Rob Getz break the pre-stage beams. Randy here on the tower side, and Rob is Big Ford over on the spectator side. Big Diesel having a little bit of trouble getting off the start line. It was a little bit shaky. Goes 13:09 at the top end at 90 miles an hour, and 13:61 for Randy at 103 miles an hour. 834. 834 to 121 miles an hour. Safety crew going to take a couple of minutes here to check for some debris that might be on the track. So we'll just be down for a couple of seconds. So rolling up now, Darren Kampf and Nick Angelucci. Nick's driving the Malibu over on the Lordco side, and Darren's in the orange dragster here on the Tower side. So Nick goes 1,000 red, runs 1058 at 126 miles an hour. A little quicker for the dragster at 1290 at 102 miles an hour. Al Oman now making yet another pass here. 918. 918 at 142 miles an hour for Al.
Where do you think it's going to be easiest for you to get the info from the parents?
So Steve Abusini completing his burnout in an attempt to get that bike into the sixes. Has run 7:30 on Wednesday. Apparently ran a 7:15. So let's see if he gets the tune-up right here. Hey, attention in the pits. We're going to close the lanes for all cars, and that means we're going to get junior dragsters. Down to the staging lanes, please. Thunder in 1, Lightning in 2. Junior dragsters, we need you to the lanes, but we're going to close the lanes for all other competitors. So Steve runs a 7:32 on that pass, 181 miles an hour. Clean run, but not what they were hoping for, that's for sure. Veronica Hodgson now making her first pass of the test session. $12.02 for the Dart on the Lordco side, $12.31 for the Dart on the TCS side. And that brings up Brian Heffel in the Vega and Chris Stone in his Dodge Dart. So 935 for the Vega, 935 at 144 miles an hour, 1002 for Chris Stone, 1002, 131 miles an hour. Rob Hodgson over on the Lordco side in his Plymouth. Barracuda over here on the Tower side. Rob has a 008 reaction time. Runs a 1062 at 124 miles an hour. 1094 for the Cuda at 119 miles an hour. Lucky Philipchuk in his 74 Vega goes 10:18. 10:18. Yes, I should have mentioned when I called junior dragsters to the lanes, yes, Junior Street, that includes you as well. Junior Street, along with junior dragsters, we need you in the lanes. Here comes Brian Ritchie now, staged up. .791, 791 at 170 miles an hour for Brian Ritchie. Car that normally runs in the Canada West door slammers category. Here comes Ross Walker. Tower side, Mustang against Chevy Nova. So on the Lordco side, the Mustang goes 954 at 143 miles an hour, and Ross Walker goes 1011 on the TCS side at 130 miles an hour. .1161 for the motorcycle, 119 miles an hour. Just an announcement to all racers. If you find that you have lost 3 keys, a set of keys, 3 small keys, then we have them on the start line. So if those keys that you thought you had are no longer in your pocket, well, they are on the start line. Off the line, Irene Cocatello and Pierre Frenchie. That's what the tech card says in his Firebird. Irene goes 1058 at 128 miles an hour. The Firebird 1589 84 miles per hour as Terry Charles rolls up. So Terry Charles takes the 56, runs a 10:22, 128 miles an hour.
I need you to rescue me.
So the only junior street runner that we have so far today is Taryn Monroe in her Blazer. (11:31), 62 miles an hour for the Blazer. All right, we roll into Junior Thunder, presented by Peden Industries. Alex Green and Cadence Rodrigue, first pair down track. This is their third hit of the morning, or day, since we're after lunch. Alex started his career in a junior dragster when he was 6 and has worked with the family to pick up additional sponsorship all along the way. Cadence Rodrigue, of course, daughter of Daniel Rodrigue, And she joined the ranks of Junior Thunder back in 2022. She's in Sydney Jung's Junior Dragster, running an 894 at 71 miles per hour. And Alex goes 12:18, 52 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits. We're going to call high school to the lanes again. 5 and 6. High school. We'll open up lanes 5 and 6 for you. High school, you can bring them up. As Isabella Marshall and Connor Jackson complete their burnouts. Isabella over here, tower side. Connor on the spectator side. Lordco lane. Connor Jackson from Abbotsford, sponsored by TKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, and Lordco. And Isabella Marshall here, Titanium Auto Group and Quality Manufactured Homes. So Isabella Marshall goes 885 at 75 miles an hour, 892 for Connor Jackson at 73 miles an hour. Next up is Nate Green and Ashton Katnick. Nate's over here on the tower side. Ashton on the spectator side. That is the Lordco lane. Closest to the tower, the TCS lane. So Ashton Katnick goes 1182 at 54 miles an hour. Nate Green, 1096 at 57 miles an hour as Jack Green and Adam Katnick now roll up. So Jack Green over here on the tower side. Adam Katnick goes through with an 892, 73 miles an hour. Jack 14 flat at 44.51 miles an hour. Bentley Johnson now from Mission makes his next pass. Bentley sponsored by Bubba's Speed Shop and Lucas Oil. Bentley goes 890, 73 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits. We're going to make the call for Pro Tree, lanes 1 and 2. Pro Tree, lanes 1 and 2, and final call for high school. Burnout for CL Gagnon from Qualicum. And the same applies to Lincoln Shirk. So Lincoln over on the Lordco side, and CL here on the TCS side. CL taking a chunk out of the tree and going red. Runs 789 at 82 miles an hour. In the other lane, Lincoln goes 798, 81 miles an hour. So Aiden Katnick now and Emma Debris Coos will be the next two Junior Lightning dragsters down track. Aiden from Maple Ridge and Emma from Shawnigan. $7.98 is the time for Emma, $7.79 for Aiden. Both of them over 80 miles an hour. Aiden goes 82.49 miles an hour. Emma, 81.27 miles per hour. So, tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. We are going to make a final call for all pro tree racers, 1 and 2. All pro tree racers. Lanes 1 and 2. Lanes are open for you. And sportsman tree racers. You can bring them up as well. And we will put you in lanes 4, 5, and 6. 4, 5, and 6 for sportsman tree racers. So we continue to roll through the test and tune schedule here as we get back into some high school test runs. So Lordco side of the racetrack, 1807 at 79 miles an hour. TCS side, 1787 at 79 miles an hour. So 1321 is the time on the TCS side, 102 miles per hour. And 2135 on the Lordco lane, 43 miles an hour. Wow, getting real close to the center line and off the throttle towards the top end. Motorcycle goes 920 at 142 miles an hour and struggled to keep that bike in the groove. Well, TCS side goes 1076 at 115 miles an hour. Lordco, 1278, 116 miles an hour. So here comes Tom Turand. Bike that he calls the Kraken. Wheels up on that launch pretty high. It manages to get it back down and goes 888 once again at 120 miles an hour. Had a perfect reaction time in the process as well. Bike goes 1189, the TCS side, 123 miles an hour. As Al Oman completes his burnout. So 917 for Al at 142 miles an hour. Heading real close to the center line before correcting. And getting off the gas, 1357, 72 miles an hour. So Bill Halicki brings his Ranchero to the line one more time alongside Darren Kampf in the dragster. So the Ranchero goes 1083 at 125 miles an hour. 1290 for the Dragster at 103. It's Mal Patterson and Ron Walsh roll forward. Patterson's Malfunction Acadian up against Walsh's 81 Camaro. Wheels up for both drivers as they leave the start line. Reaction times of 43 to a 25. Camaro gets there with a 10.05 against a 10.07. Those two cars matched pretty well. 10.05 at 133 miles an hour for the Camaro, and the Acadian of Mal Patterson 131 miles an hour at 10.07. Margin of victory, if that was a race, well, the Camaro got there in 59 ten-thousandths of a second ahead of the Acadian. Driver in the Lordco side not able to keep the car in the staging beams, just rolled through, so will pick up information, but left way ahead of green light. 999 with a 9 and a 9. That is Chris Stone's elapsed time, 9.9999. 131 miles an hour. Here comes Brian Heffel and John Tabak now. Heffel's in the Vega, John Tabak in the S10. First pass for John, and has a reaction time of 004. Should be happy with that. Brian Heffel in the Vega goes 933 at 144 miles an hour. John goes 1045 at 127. So here comes Mike Robinson and Robert Zillick. Robinson in the 27 Ford T Roadster, TCS lane, goes 915 at 142 miles an hour. It's an 1171 for the Challenger at 119 miles an hour. Al Prock and Terry Charles. Charles on the Lordco side of the racetrack in the 56 Chevy. Al Prock in the CUDA Tower side, the TCS lane. Chevy goes 1016 at 128 miles an hour, and 991 for the CUDA at 131 miles an hour. Here comes Nick Angelucci and Rob Monroe Sr. Senior having some issues with the front end of the car, coming up pretty high with this weekend. Had been working to solve that problem and make sure the car goes straight. Did go straight that time, 894, 148 miles an hour. In the other lane, 1065, 125 miles an hour. And Nick Angelucci has a perfect reaction time, down to the 10,000ths of a second. Here comes Dustin Hunter and Irene Cocatello. Another perfect light for Dustin Hunter. .916 at 146 miles an hour for Dustin Hunter with another perfect light. And 128 miles an hour for Irene at 10:49. So Jason Field having problems on the start line, on and off the throttle, and Lordco side 839, 120 miles an hour. Jason goes 896, 164 miles an hour. Problems for the CUDA. Dodge Dart goes 12 flat. So start line, notice some oil on the start line, so we'll be down for a couple minutes while they clean that up. Good time to remind everybody about the Half-Track Snack Shack. If you haven't already had a bite to eat, you might want to check in with Clara Fawcett. Say one last time for this year that Clara is the Mission Raceway Employee of the Year. And so congratulations always, every weekend, for a job well done. The Half-Track Snack Shack and Pro Shop. While you're grabbing a bite to eat, do pop into the Pro Shop and check out all the good things that you can pick up there as far as NHRA and Mission Raceway souvenirs. So 003 reaction time for Ross Walker, who stops the clocks at the top end with a 10-12, 130 miles an hour. It's a 1340 for the TCS lane, 55 miles an hour. So once again, the car on the Lordco side of the racetrack not able to hold on the line and rolls through the beams, not getting any information. The satellite ran 1171 at 118 miles an hour as Loren Schwartz rolls up in his Monte Carlo. .1007 for Loren Schwartz, 133 miles an hour. So we'll take a few minutes just to take a look at the start line. Make sure that the track is in as good a shape as it should be. So we'll be down for just a few minutes while they take care of that. Again, as I mentioned, good time to head over to the Half Track Snack Shack and Pro Shop and all those good things. We're going to make a call for high school to roll up into 5 and 6, please. High school, we're opening up lanes 5 and 6 for you. Hey, so we've called high school back to the lanes. We're going to call juniors back to the lanes as well. We'll put Thunder in 1, Lightning in 2, and Junior Street, you are in 3. So always great to see the high school racers on the property. They are here just making test passes throughout the day. So on the Lordco side, 17:67 is the time at 78 miles an hour for that high school racer. As the Camaro rolls up on the start line. $13.84 at 99 miles an hour. So we kick things off with Peden Industries Junior Street. And Taryn Monroe in the Blazer. Rolling up into the stage beams. So Taryn runs 11:29, 62 miles an hour at the 8th mile. And that brings up the junior dragsters who are in the staging lanes right now. Junior dragsters, of course, a extremely popular racing league sponsored by Summit, offering kids between the ages of 5 and 17 the opportunity to experience everything that drag racing can throw at them, but in a controlled environment. Always interesting to see a lot of the junior racers who have aged out of the junior dragsters making their way on track in full-size cars. We have Junior Thunder, ages 5 to 12, and Lightning, 13 to 17. Hey, tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. We're going to get all of you Pro Tree racers down to lanes 5 and 6. Pro Tree racers 5 and 6. Lanes are open for you. And Sportsman Tree racers, you're on standby. But Pro Tree racers 5 and 6. Lanes are open for you. So Nate Green. Tower side, Nate Green. Green Brothers Racing. And Ashton Katnick on the Lordco side. So here comes Nate Green and Ashton Katnick. So at the 8th mile stripe, Ashton goes 11.84 and 54 miles an hour. Nate 11 flat at 57 miles an hour. As Alex Green follows in his brother's footsteps here in the Tower side lane. Isabella Marshall over on the Lordco side, the spectator side. .875, 76 miles an hour for Isabella on the Lordco side of the racetrack. TCS side, that's Alex Green. He goes 12.25 at 52 miles per hour. Adam Katnick and Cadence Rodrigue next up. So Pro Tree racers, you should be in lanes 5 and 6, right? 5 and 6. So we're going to call Sportsman Tree racers to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Pro Tree, you should be in 5 and 6. Here's Bentley Johnson and Connor Jackson now. Bentley here, tower side. Connor, spectator side. Bentley from Mission. Connor from Abbotsford. So Connor goes 890 at 73 miles an hour, 890. And Bentley, 891 at 73 miles as well. So by run for Jack Green. Green Brothers Racing. Triumvirate. So 1388 for Jack Green on that pass, 44 miles per hour. $12.72 is the time for Adeline. 49 miles an hour. So we go into the Lightning category now. Peden Industries Junior Lightning as Aiden Katnick and CL Gagnon roll up for their test runs. So Aiden runs a 788, 80 miles an hour on the TCS lane. CL Gagnon goes 789, 82 miles an hour. The reaction times on that pair was an 086 and an 080. So the margin of victory, if that had been a race, would have been about 7 thousandths of a second. Nice close race. Lincoln Shirt now. Lincoln goes 8 flat at 81 miles an hour. As Emma Debris Coos completes her burnout. In the other lane, beside Emma, Josh Klosky. So Josh goes 861 at 74 miles an hour and 798 for Emma, 81 miles an hour. So the first pair of motorcycles, Tom Tarrant here, tower side, and Al Omond on the spectator side. So Tom gets there with an 881, 119 miles an hour. Al goes 972 at 135 miles an hour. Steve Abusini now. Still trying to crack that 7-second barrier, get into the sixes. Once again, just not able to get hold of the start line and slides over to the right-hand side of the groove. So Casey Ingalls goes 12:09, 117 miles an hour. So Tim Mack coming to the line, got the VP designation. That is V Pro, gas-burning twin. It has been substantially modified for drag racing. Runs a 9:02 at 152 miles an hour, and did not seem, as I looked at it on the camera, to be the cleanest of runs. So 10:45 is the time, 118 miles an hour. So Brian Heffel brings the Vega up to the line again. Chevy Nova in the other lane. Vega runs 9:37 at 143 miles an hour. And just getting there now at 16:64 is the Nova. So Chris Stone heading down track, Stone Cold Racing. Dodge Dart, sponsored by Willowbrook Chrysler, goes 10:03 at 131 miles an hour. Test hit for the Camaro, 996. First hit of the day, 136 miles an hour for the black Camaro. Bill Halecki and Dustin Hunter now. Dustin driving the Ford Falcon, and Bill driving the Ford Ranchero. So Dustin goes 9:09 at 147 miles an hour, and Bill goes 10:86. On the TCS side, 124 miles an hour. And here comes Ron Walsh and Robert Zillick. Robert driving the 2009 Dodge Challenger, and Ron in the 81 Camaro. So the Camaro goes 10:04 at 133 miles an hour, and Robert in the Challenger 11:05 at 123 miles an hour. Here comes Rob Hodgson in the Plymouth, and Irene Cocatello in the little Chevy Nova. There's a couple of cars that would normally run in the hot rod category. 1066 for Hodgson at 124 miles an hour. Irene goes 1159 at 113 miles an hour. As Terry Charles and Robin Rowe Sr. complete their burnouts. So Rob Monroe Sr. Keeping the front end down that time on the 31 Model A. Steel-bodied Model A. A lot of work done on that car. 894 at 148 miles an hour as Terry Charles runs 1016 in his 56 Chevy, 128 miles an hour. Darren Kempf brings his small block dragster to the line one more time. Mustang in the other lane. .1249, 108 miles an hour. And the Mustang goes 959 at 143 miles an hour. So Nick Angelucci and Loren Schwartz. Loren's in the white Monte Carlo, Lordco Lane, and Nick in the Malibu. Goes 1062 at 125 miles an hour. Loren's 1010 at 133. So the Malibu just rolling through the top end. Not going to be a representative pass. Bruce Flodine and Andy Hatton now. So Andy goes 829 at 162 miles an hour, and the pickup goes 1195. 1195 at 112 miles an hour. And Grant Gordon and Ross Walker. Ross Walker, spectator side. Grant Gordon on the tower side. 10-11 at 130 miles an hour for Walker. Gordon goes 12 flat at 111 miles an hour. So John Tabak here on the tower side. Not catching the tree. So John will wait until the top end clears. Get the tree reset. .10:45 is the time for John Tabak, 127 miles an hour. As Andy Klosky rolls up in the strip teaser. Up against Pierre Frenchie in the Trans Am. So Klosky goes 965, 134 miles an hour, and the Trans Am goes 1259, 105 miles an hour. Ryan Ledrette now. And John Bushinsky in the other lane. Wow, spinning the tires real hard. John not able to get hold of the traction on the start line. Ryan will go with 1227, 106 miles an hour. And Bushinsky just coasts through, 1904, 68 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits. High school, we need you for another run. Lanes 5 and 6, please. High school, 2 lanes 5 and 6. Rob Getz and Dustin Hunter. So Rob Getz will run in the diesel pickup. 1259, 104 miles an hour. Dustin Hunter ran a 9:05 at 147 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits. Just want everybody to know that Tech is closed for the time being. Tech is closed at this time. It will reopen when Tony gets here at approximately 4 o'clock. If Tech is required, it is closed now, but Tech will reopen at 4 o'clock when Tony gets here. So Steve Abusini going to make another run on the bike, bound and determined to get that bike into the sixes. That's a little better. 720 at 192 miles an hour. So a couple of cars that made, let's see, Brian Ritchie made one pass earlier. He's over on the Lordco side. Over here, Tom Brown, Wooly Bully. Tom's Auto Body sponsoring that Chevy Nova. Wow. Wheels up and headed for the wall, so got off the throttle and straightened it out. Brian Ritchie goes 795 at 170 miles an hour, and Brown got back on the throttle, goes 979, 127. So, little Mini Cooper in the high school program heading down track. '18 flat, 18.00 seconds at 79 miles an hour. And the Camaro goes through 1330. 1330 at 102 miles an hour. So, attention in the pits. We're going to make the call. Open up the lanes 5 and 6 for Pro Tree runners, 5 and 6 for Pro Tree, and Sportsman Tree 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 for Sportsman Tree, Pro Tree 5 and 6. Bring them up. Hey, attention in the pits, high school. We're calling high school lanes 5 and 6. High school to lanes 5 and 6. As Craig Southall and Al Prock line up here for their test hits on this Friday Test and Tune session. Al rolling through the beams, turning on the red light. $11.64 for Al in the CUDA, 117 miles an hour. $12.73 for Craig in his Chevy 2, 60 miles an hour. Next pair are going to be Ross Walker and Loren Schwartz. Loren's rolling up right now over on the Lordco side. And Ross Walker here, tower side, completing his burnout. So Ross Walker and Loren Schwartz heading down track. Ross goes 10:13 at 130 miles an hour, and Loren's 12:26 at 88 miles an hour. And with that, attention in the pits, we're going to call Peden Industries Junior Dragsters and Junior Street to the lanes, please. We'll do it as we have been doing it. Thunder to lane 1. Lightning to lane 2, and Junior Street, lane 3. So, juniors to the lanes. Grant Gordon and Ryan Ledrette head down track. 003 reaction time in one lane, 008 red in the other lane. 12:10. 12:10 is the time in the Lordco side for Grant Gordon. 110 miles an hour. Ryan in the Camaro goes 12:28, 106 miles an hour. So Dieter Gerst over on the Lordco side of the racetrack, and Al Omond here on the tower side. Al goes 9:15, Dieter 9:94. So Al Oman goes 141 miles an hour and Dieter 137. So Tim Mack now in his V Pro. Well, that's a pretty troubled run. And he's off the throttle. That is precisely why we have test and tune days. You work out all the bugs so that come race day, you don't have to deal with that. So only one high school runner left here on the property. I think everybody had to go back to school. 1354 for the Camaro, 101 miles an hour. So, just to give you an update, we are in the process of the fifth test session for Peden Industries Junior Dragsters and Junior Street. Once that is complete, we will open the lanes for any racers who want to make some hot laps. So, from 4 until about 4:45, 3:45 rather, 3:45, I'm getting ahead of myself. Lanes will be open, and then we will have juniors come back up for one last session before we close the track at 4 for a 2-hour break, and then Race of Champions occurs at 6. So that's the game plan for the rest of the afternoon. start. Junior Thunder with Cadence Rodrigue and Connor Jackson. So Cadence Rodrigue here on the tower side from Chilliwack, and Connor Jackson from Abbotsford on the Lordco side. Connor's racing a 2009 Martin chassis junior dragster, and Cadence 2006 Creative. .890 for Connor Jackson, 73 miles an hour. .892 for Cadence, 71 miles an hour. Next pair is Nate Green and Bentley Johnson. Bentley from Mission, carrying sponsorship Bubba Speed Shop, Lucas Oil, Heatwave Visual, and Titanium Auto Group. And Nate Green, sponsored by Bumper Stand. So Bentley gets there with an .892 at 73 miles an hour on that checkout pass. Nate goes 11:05, 56 miles an hour. Here comes Ashton Katnick now and Alex Green. 12:24 is the time for Alex Green at 52 miles an hour. Ashton goes 11:91 at 54 miles an hour. And that brings up Adam Katnick over on the Lordco side and Isabella Marshall here on the Tower side. So Isabella losing fire on the start line. Everybody, it's a test and tune day, so everybody's patient. Fires it back up again. Checks the RPM. And away we go. At the stripe, Isabella gets there with an 8:69. This pass, 76 miles an hour, and Adam goes 8:95, 73 miles an hour. So Jack Green goes 13:98 in the other lane. 12:76, 49 miles an hour. So we roll up into the lightning category now. Cars go a little bit quicker, a little bit faster, a little bit louder. And the first pair will be CL Gagnon here on the Tower side, and on the spectator side, it's Emma Debris-Coos. CL goes 791 at 81 miles an hour, 797 for Emma at 81 miles an hour. So Aiden Katnick and Lincoln Shirk make their fifth hit down the track. Wow, Aiden has a 001 reaction time. That's pretty impressive. 789 at 77 miles an hour, but yeah, nice. 001 reaction time. The other lane, Lincoln Shirk goes 801 at 81 miles an hour. And Josh Klosky now from Quesnel, sponsored by Lordco and Crystal Glass and Midnight Paint, making his next pass. And so we are going to open the lanes for the next 45 minutes. All lanes will be open, but they will be open for anyone who needs to make yet more passes down the track. So lanes will be open for the next 45 minutes. Josh makes a pass at 8:57.73 miles an hour. So once again, lanes are open to any racers who want to make another pass. We will be calling junior dragsters back for a final sixth pass at the track at 3:45. 3:45, and then the track will be closed for a couple of hours, preparation and getting set for the Race of Champions this evening. Also want everyone to know, all racers, there will be a driver's meeting at 5:30 on the grassy knoll by the tower. Those are for racers in the ROC, the Race of Champions racers. You will have a driver's meeting. That takes place at 5:30 right by the tower on the grassy knoll. So Dustin Hunter and Terry Charles, as lanes are open for the next 45 minutes. And Dustin goes 9:12, 146 miles an hour. Terry Charles takes that 56 Chevy across the stripe at 10:15, 128 miles an hour. As John Tabak and John Brzezinski roll forward. So John Tabak over here, Rad Torque sponsored S10. And in the other lane, the CUDA. Set up to run in the stock classes. You can tell by all those contingency stickers. John Brzezinski behind the wheel. 10.99 for the CUDA at 118 miles an hour. John goes 1,000 red, which on a elimination run would be bad news, but here he's just running against the clock. 10.40 he runs, 128 miles an hour. As Veronica Hodgson rolls up into the beams. And our lone high school racer still on the property, getting another run in. So Veronica runs a 12:37 at 109 miles an hour. $13.38 for the high school racer, 100 miles an hour. So Craig Southall and Brian Heffel. Heffel runs 9:40 in the Vega, 143 miles an hour. And the Chevy 2 goes 12:57, 75 miles an hour. $11.47, 122 miles an hour for the Dodge Challenger. So a couple of motorcycles. Dieter goes 10:03 at 133 miles an hour. 10:48 in the other lane, 128 miles an hour. Once again, remind all racers who are in the ROC, Race of Champions, there is a driver's meeting for you at 5:30. Grassy side of the tower. 5:30 for all racers in the Race of Champions. It starts at 6 o'clock tonight. Tyler Keller over on the spectator side and Ryan Ladre here on the tower side. So Tyler goes 9:14, 148 miles an hour, and Ryan 12:31, 105 miles an hour. As Craig Southall and Andy Klosky roll up. So Andy Klosky wheels up, and he is headed for the finish line. Runs 967 and 134 miles an hour. Craig Southall in the other lane in his Chevy 2 goes 1140, 108 miles an hour. As Nick Angelucci and Grant Gordon roll up into the beams. So the Malibu on the tower side will stop the clock at 10:67 and 125 miles an hour, and Grant Gordon's Dart goes 12:07, 110 miles an hour. Darren Kampf and Mal Patterson now. Mal Patterson been lifting the front wheels on his Acadian every run and does the same. Darren Kampf in the dragster goes 12:28, 103 miles an hour, while Patterson goes 10:08, 131. Here comes Chris Stone and Bill Halicki now. Chris driving the Dodge Dart. So Chris Stone goes 10:02, had a reaction time of 0:08, 131 miles an hour for the Dodge Dart. And the Ranchero, 10:84 at 125 miles an hour. And Mike Robinson and Jay Sievertson roll up. Mike sporting that brand new paint job for 2023. And it is looking good in the sunshine, that's for sure. Red and black trim. Jay Sievertson, sponsored by JS Power Sports, over on the Lordco side of the racetrack in the pickup. So 9:07 at 100 miles an hour for Sievertson. Robinson goes 9:16, 142 miles an hour. Ryan Ritchie goes 8 flat, 170 miles an hour.
Do you want auto start?
So here's a treat. We have got Nate Gagnon making a pass on his Top Fuel Harley. It's a substantial burnout from Nate Gagnon. Always looking to upset the records. Lights the tires right at the hit. So Nate experiencing some technical difficulties on that pass. It looks like we may have some fuel that exited the bike. Does not look to be oil, but we're checking on that. So Steve Abusini making another stab at it and just not able to grab hold of the start line the way that that bike needs to. Overheard Steve talking in the pits that it's sort of like a jigsaw puzzle. You've got to get all the pieces together so that you see the whole picture. And you get the impression that there's just pieces of that puzzle that aren't coming together in a way that he would like it to be. So Al Omond making another hit here. 3:34. We've got about another 15 minutes of cars running down the track before we will call juniors back to the staging lanes. So as Al heads down track, we'll just make this a last call for anyone who wants to make any more runs. The lanes will be open for the next few minutes. We will close out this test session with juniors at approximately 3:45, and then the track will be closed for a couple of hours for maintenance, and drivers' meetings will take place, and Race of Champions starts at 6 o'clock. David Rastad now and Pierre Frenchie. Here driving the black Trans Am. Over on the Lordco side, David Rastad over here, Tower side. Sponsored by Ken's Custom Auto Machine. So Rastad goes 1197 at 108 miles an hour and 1277 for the Firebird. In the other lane, 103 miles per hour. As Lorenz Schwartz and Ross Walker line up. So 10:12 for Ross Walker at 130 miles an hour, and 10:13 for Lorenz Schwartz, 132 miles per hour. Ron Walsh and Al Prock head down track. 10:04 at 134 miles per hour for Ron Walsh, and Al Proc goes 13:92, 60 miles an hour. And John Tabak rolls up in his S10. And in the other lane, Derek Shirk in his 55. So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to close the staging lanes. Staging lanes are going to be closed, and we're going to put juniors on standby. Juniors will be calling you momentarily. Juniors on standby, but staging lanes are closed for any further runs. John's back. Heads down track on a bye run here. Goes 10:43 at 128. Problems set in for Derek's car, and so they're pushing him back. Persistence is part of drag racing. And here comes Steve Abusini again in an effort to get that bike to hook up and get down that quarter mile. Steve rolls in pre-staged and gets set. Here we go. Well, that was looking pretty good. And it is going straight and smooth. 722 at 198 miles an hour. So once again, staging lanes are closed. If you're not in the staging lanes right now, they are closed. So a number of cars getting into the staging lanes here last minute that have not yet made a run in the day. Andy Hatton's not one of them. He's been down the track a few times, as has Randy Hermsen. Yeah, Randy spinning the tires a little bit, but Andy is off like a shot, and he will stop the clocks at 8:28. 8:28 at 161 miles an hour, and Randy goes 13:76, a little slower than his earlier runs. 101 miles per hour, had a lot of tire slippage on the start line, and that probably contributed to his time being off by a couple tenths. Hey, attention in the pits, Junior Dragster and Junior Street. We need you to the staging lanes for your final hit of the day. Junior Dragsters and Junior Street to staging lanes. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, and Junior Street to 3. Here comes Jan Christensen and Jason Field. Jan has not made a run yet today in the Dragster, and he's lined up against Jason Field in the other lane, who I believe has had a couple of hits. Once again, tires losing traction on the start line. Over on the Lordco side, $7.99 for Jan in the Dragster at 167 miles an hour. So $15.11 for Jason Field. Not a representative time for that car as Grant Gordon and John Bashinsky roll up. Bashinsky in the green Cuda, and Grant Gordon, he's in that blue and white Dodge Dart. So John Bashinsky goes 11:04 at 118 miles an hour, 110 miles an hour for Grant Gordon's Dart at 12:07. And after a little bit of a checkup, Derek Shirk back on the start line. So once again, we have made the call for juniors. Juniors to the staging lanes for your one last hit at the track. He's off the gas and coasts through with an 8:45, 121 miles an hour. So Terry Charles and Craig Southall. So the 68 Chevy has a great reaction time, 005 on the reader board, goes 11:47 at 110 miles an hour, and 10:20 at 127 miles an hour for Terry Charles in the other lane. As Tyler Keller and Darren Kemp roll up. Dragster taking off the wing. Making a run without the wing. So Tyler goes 9:17 at 148 miles an hour, and Darren Kemp without the wing goes 11:64, his quickest run of the day, 110 miles an hour. As Andy Klosky and David Rastad make another pass. At Lordco lane, 9:67 for Klosky and 135 miles per hour for the strip teaser. And David Rastad goes 11:91 at 108 miles an hour. $12.68 at 104 miles per hour for the Trans Am. As motorcycles roll up. Peter Gersh on the tower side and Doug McNeil on the spectator side. Runs that are probably a little bit more representative of the performance capabilities of both of those bikes. Dieter goes 10:11, 135 miles an hour, 10:36 for Doug. In the other lane, in the Lordco side, 118 miles an hour. And as I look into the staging lanes, it would appear that we have got juniors back for their final hit at the track. So to close out this Friday Test and Tune session, we have got Peden Industries Junior Dragsters making their, well, let's see, would be their 6th hit at the track today. And we'll start with Cadence Rodrigue and Jack Green. Connor Jackson and Bentley Johnson now. Connor here tower side, Bentley on the spectator side. Getting the red lights out of the system. Test and Tune's a good place to do that. Bentley goes 895, 73 miles an hour. Connor 892 at 73 miles an hour. Brings up Nate Green and Ashton Katnick. So Nate and Ashton head down to the 8th mile stripe. It's an 11:02 at 56 for Nate and 11:90 at 54 miles an hour for Ashton. Here comes Adam Katnick and Isabella Marshall. Isabella over on the Lordco side, Adam on the TCS side. So 894 for Isabella Marshall at 75 miles an hour. 73 miles an hour for Adam at 891. So Alex Green over here, tower side. TCS lane runs at 12:18 at 52 miles an hour. 12:84 in the other lane, 48 miles an hour. So April Bond. April making her first run at the track here today. April goes 895, 73 miles an hour for April Bond. So Hunter Thompson rolls up now. Justin Bond out back, setting the RPM on Junior Dragster. So Hunter Thompson, 883, 74 miles an hour. As Colton Morin and Aiden Katnick get through the burnout process. Last year in a junior dragster for Colton. 8 flat for Colton at 81 miles an hour. Aiden goes 73 miles an hour at 8.10. So we step up to the Lightning category. Peden Industries Junior Lightning. First up will be Lincoln Shirk and CL Gagnon making their test runs on this Friday test and tune. And somebody has lost fire, and that sounds like Lincoln has lost fire. .796 for CL Gagnon, 81 miles an hour, 796. So Nick Bond rolls up now to the start line. His first hit at the track today. So Nick Bond goes 791, 81 miles an hour. And this is going to be a grudge match. We have on the tower side, Josh Klosky. And on the spectator side, Emma Debris-Coos. Dial-ins are on the board. So this is just a bit of a grudge match here. Josh Sponsored by Lordco, Crystal Glass, and Midnight Paint out of Quesnel. Emma from Shawnigan. Sponsored by BD Lift Trucks, SRC, Shawnigan Excavating, Titanium Auto Group, and Straight Line Race Cars. Emma is the quicker of the two, dialed in at 797. Josh, 858. So Josh gets the handicap start on this grudge match. Both pre-staged and roll forward another few inches to break the stage beams. And here comes the tree. And it is a red light for Josh. So Emma gets there with an 8:05, 80 miles an hour against an 8:59 at 73 miles an hour. But the red light tells it all, as Josh just left too soon, trying to take advantage of the tree and pushed it just a little bit too much. So, with a little bit more fuel in the tank, Lincoln Shirk gonna make this run. So McKenna Thompson is in the other lane, opposite Lincoln Shirk. McKenna Thompson on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Lincoln over here, Tower side. So McKenna goes 795 at 81 miles an hour, and 805 for Lincoln, 80 miles an hour. And that is going to do it for today's Test and Tune session. We are going to now take a little bit of a break, do some track preparation. I remind all ROC racers, if you're racing in the Race of Champions, there is a drivers' meeting at 5:30 on the grassy knoll by the tower. That's the grassy side of the tower. So drivers' meeting at 5:30 for all racers competing in the Race of Champions, 5:30. Racing will get underway for the ROC at 6 o'clock. So that is the plan. And then as we get through, we'll see how tomorrow goes. We have the mission finals set for tomorrow. And weather permitting, that will be completed. And then there is a final race on Sunday. Hey, attention to the pits. Gordy, we need you on the starting line. Gordy, if you're within earshot, we need you on the starting line. So while it's quiet, I will mention one more time just that on Sunday morning before racing starts, we'll have the opportunity for a chapel service. If you are so inclined, Racers for Christ, non-denominational chapel service will be on Sunday morning, 8 o'clock. And racing is set to start at 10 on Sunday at this point. So 8 o'clock chapel service, you'll have lots of time to get back to the car and do all the prep work that you need to do. We'll get you in and out of there by, half an hour probably. Sunday morning, 8 o'clock. Going to be speaking about the heart and the mind, and everyone is welcome. Racers for Christ, non-denominational chapel service, third floor of the tower, Sunday morning, 8 a.m. Hey, tension in the pits. Just wanted to let all racers know if you're racing in the Race of Champions, Tech is on site. Tony is here. He is just heading to the Tech booth. So Tech is on the property if you require his services and you're racing in the Race of Champions tonight. You can see him at the Tech booth. So Tony is here if you need him.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Just a quick reminder out there, we will be having a drivers meeting at 5:30 for all those drivers that are in the ROC. So if you are in the Race of Champions tonight, we will be having a quick drivers meeting at 5:30 beside the tower. So please, we'll make some more announcements, but just a note in about 22 minutes here.
Hey, tension in the pits. Just a quick reminder. I know that Kevin probably mentioned it already, but a quick reminder for everybody that is in the Race of Champions. All of you competitors, there is a drivers' meeting for all Race of Champions, and that is going to be on the grassy knoll by the tower. So that is at 5:30. It's about 10 minutes away from right now, so you might want to be making your way to the tower for that drivers' meeting at 5:30.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. If you just rolled in, which I seen Sean Langley on the back of a trailer there. So if you can hear me and you just rolled in, people, we are going to have a meeting, drivers meeting, in exactly 1 to 2 minutes here beside the tower for all the Race of Champions. So anybody who's in the Race of Champions, we are going to have a drivers meeting here beside the tower in a couple minutes. Mr. Langley, if you can hear me, I see you driving there. Make your way down as soon as you can for the drivers meeting. We'll see everybody down here.
Pits, attention in the pits. Just triple checking, we have all of the Race of Champions racers down in the grassy knoll as we are starting the drivers meeting right now. So anybody in Race of Champions, please make your way to the grassy knoll immediately. Thank you so much.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning to the lanes, please? That's Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning to the lanes, please. All right, folks, what an exciting evening it's going to be. A race of champions starting in a few moments. We've got our Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning in the lanes there. Our race of champions waiting to do their first qualifying round. Now, of course, the race of champions consists of the top 8 in points to the start of the weekend. So congratulations to all of you, the top 8 in points. That is a big deal. So coming right up, we're going to have the Junior Thunders, ages 6 to 12, heading down for their qualifying pass. And I'm pretty excited to be here today. My name is Chrissy Anderson. Usually you'll hear my voice out of Street Legals, but here I am in the big times at the ET Summit race. So we'll see how this weekend goes. So glad you're here. We'll be starting racing momentarily, folks. Just a reminder that the concession stand will be closed by 7 o'clock. So if you need some delicious food, fries and gravy, chicken strips, you know, all the best here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway, they are closing by 7. So just giving you a heads up on that. And as well, we've got Jerry Lucky and his chapel service tomorrow morning, Sunday morning, or not tomorrow, Sunday morning, 8 a.m., 3rd floor of the tower. So give Jerry a shout out. Also, big sales in the pro shops, guys. I went in there. They've got some serious deals. So if you didn't end up getting your Smoke, Fire, and Thunder or Door Wars merch, you might want to head over there for the smoking deals that they have right now. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get sportsmen to lanes 5 and 6, pro to lanes 3 and 4, and super pro, you are on standby. So that again is sportsmen. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. Pro, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. And super pro, you are on standby, folks. Here we go. First qualifying round here. The only qualifying round in Junior Thunder is Hunter Thompson in the Tower Lane from Mission, sponsored by JBS, and Connor Jackson, and he's from Abbotsford in that 2009 Martin, sponsored by TKO Hot Rods, Fitness Labs, and Lordco Auto. Junior Thunder racing to the 8th mile and 8.89 for Hunter and Connor and 8.95. Next up, it's Ashton Katnick going against Alex Green. Ashton, Tower Side, sponsored by TK Performance and Lordco, and Alex, sponsored by Bumper Stand. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsmen, we need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro to lanes 3 and 4. And Super Pro, you are on standby, please. So again, Sportsmen to lanes 5 and 6. Pro to lanes 3 and 4. And Super Pro, you are on standby. All right, it looks like all the final adjustments have been made. Ashton, Tower Side, Alex in the Lordco lane. Ashton, a 11.94 at 54 miles an hour, and Alex, 12.26 at 52. Next up, Jack Green, Tower Side, sponsored by Bumper Stand. It's going against Bentley Johnson here from Mission, sponsored by Bubba's Speed Shop, Lucas Oil, Heatwave Visual, and Titanium Auto Group. Jack Green, 14.18, 43.6 miles an hour. Bentley, 8.95 at 73 miles an hour. This is the qualifying round here, Junior Thunder, the race of champions. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, you guys. We need Sportsmen to lanes 5 and 6. Pro to lanes 3 and 4. And Super Pro, you are on standby. Kindly make your way over to the lanes, please. Sportsmen, lanes 5 and 6. Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro, you are on standby. Hot Rod, you are also on standby, please. If you can't hear my voice, please tune in to the FM dial. Isabella Marshall in the Tower Side, Adam Katnick in the Lordco lane. Isabella sponsored by Titanium Quality Manufactured Homes, and Adam is sponsored by TK Performance and Lordco. Isabella a 9.13 at 73 with a 9, and Adam an 8.93 at 71. All right, attention in the pits, you guys. Attention in the pits. Super Pro, we need you to lanes 5 and 6, and Hot Rod to lanes 1 and 2, please. So that is Super Pro over to lanes 5 and 6. Hot Rod over to lanes 1 and 2, please. It's McKenna Thompson, Tower Side. She's from Mission, sponsored by JBS. Going against CL Gagnon from Qualicum Beach, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems and Titanium Auto Group. CL Gagnon, see, I'm learning. CL in the tower lane, McKenna in the TCS lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6, Pro to lanes 3 and 4, Super Pro, we need you to lanes 5 and 6, and Hot Rod to lanes 1 and 2. Again, Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6, Pro to lanes 3 and 4, Super Pro 5 and 6, and Hot Rods to lanes 1 and 2. Thank you so much. So McKenna, 5.95 at 81 with a 3, and CL Gagnon, a 7.89 at 82 even. Next up is Nick Bond in the tower lane. He's from Mission, sponsored by JBS Equipment, going against Abby White from Mission, sponsored by Lordco, Pioneer Truck, TNT, and Walco Industries. Abigail with a 7.97 at 82 even, and Nick Bond a 7.96 at 81 with a 4. Qualifying round here, the Race of Champions on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. What a night it will be to determine the winners of the Race of Champions, who will of course go on to try to be the king of the track. Colton Moore in Towerside for Mission, sponsored by TDS, Tires Plus, Waco Flooring, JBS Equipment, and Rex Cox. This is his last year in the juniors. He's been in junior dragsters for 8 years, and I heard he's got a brand spanking new dragster he'll be racing next year. It's going against Aiden Katnick from Maple Ridge, sponsored by TK Performance and Lordco. So Colton Moore in Towerside, Aiden Katnick in the Lordco lane. Aiden Katnick an 8.02 at 73 even. Colton an 8.02 at 81.8. So whoa, that's a close race right there. But it is just qualifying. Got to figure out those dial-in times. Of course, I am new to this bracket racing, but I think it is super cool. It's like chess. This definitely has the added challenge being a bracket racer, having to deal with that dial-in time. Super cool. Lexi Winterbottom in the Tower Lane. She's from Langley, part of the Hobo Racing team, sponsored by Bowtie Ventures, going against Lincoln Shirk, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Systems, JBS Equipment, and JS Power Sport. Junior Lightning here, qualifying round, racing to the 8th mile. Lincoln Shirk, 7.93, 81 with a 9, and Lexi, an 8.03 at 80 with a 4. All right, so that was the qualifying round for Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning. Going to be going into the qualifying round for Pro next. All right, well, we're going to be moving into Sportsmen. In the Lordco lane, it's Randy Hermson from Mission, that 1958 Oldsmobile. Randy the Magnet. The world's quickest original engine and transmission from a 58 Olds and super tuned by Jim Banky. It's going against Steve Baskerville in the 2016 Golf. Steve's originally a street legal racer, and now he's one of our regulars in the Sportsman class. .98 at 112 for Steve, and Randy Hermson a 13.54 at 103. Next up, it's Sylvia Hoogston. She was last year's Race of Champion winner for Hot Rod, as well as the winner of the Stefan Candelet Top Performer Award. She's owned and raced her Mustang for almost 20 years. It's going against Roland Lowen, and he's also owned that car for 25 years. And this is his first full season of racing. It's pretty good to be in the top 8 in your first season, so that's pretty cool, Roland. 12.94 at 101 for Roland, and Sylvia at 12.70 at 105. Sydney Jung. Now, I love Sydney, and I've watched her move up in the last couple years. She started in the junior dragsters at 8 years old. Ryan Ladre in the other side. Ryan started racing in 1996. And this is his first season back, and he's loving it. His family is out here supporting him, and his son Colby is his crew chief. So Sydney Jung, a 12.16 at 106. And Ryan with a 12.23. Next up is Nick Douglas. Nick's from Lake Stevens, 1968 darts, sponsored by SBB Racing. He's a two-time track champion at Pacific Raceways. $11.87 at 111 with a 6 for Nick Douglas, a 007 red, but hey, it's a qualifying round, so glad that happened here. Moving into the pro class now. Pro class. David Rastad from Maple Ridge, 1980 Chevy Malibu. Going against Sean Langley from Lyndon, Washington in the Hustler. He's a Pacific Raceway Sportsman track champion. And his car came right from the Ford dealership to the drag strips. So that is pretty darn cool, I must say. And he's owned this car for 30 years. Some cool liftoff and an 11.98 at 107 for David and Sean, at 12.07 at 111. Chris Stone here from Mission, 68 Dodge. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Craig Johnson, can you make your way to the lanes, please? Craig Johnson to the lanes. Chris Stone, sponsored by Willowbrook Motors and Stone Cold Racing. Next up, it's Ross Walker in a 66 Chevy 2. He's from Langley. Here in the pro qualifying round of the Race of Champions. Ross with a 10.12 at 130 with a 6. Moving into Hot Rod now, the qualifying round for Hot Rod. Rob Hodgson from Mission in the 67 Plymouth. He's going against Rob Monroe In the 69 Acadian, sponsored by SD Performance, Gibson Racing Transmissions, and Horizon Auto Body. So Rob, he was the 2021 Hot Rod Track Champ. And Rob gets a 10.60 at 123 with an 8. Rob Hodgson, a 10.69 at 123 with a 7. Tower side is Dustin Hunter from Chilliwack, a 1964 Ford. It's Falcon Fast. Going against Jerry Brabander. 1962 Chevy 2. The 2022 California Hot Rod Reunion Champ. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Craig Johnson, we need you to come to the lanes. If you can see Craig Johnson, tell him we need him to come down here, please. Can we get Junior Street to the lanes, please? Junior Street to the lanes. Mark Brenzinger from Richmond, 64 Nova. It's out of time. Sponsored by Vinny's Speed Shop. He is the 2021 and 2022 Hot Rod Champ. 9.59 at 138 with a 9. John Jenkins from Delta, 1988 Chevy S10, sponsored by West Coast Building Restorations and Steve McKenzie Racing. It's going against Martin Richel in the 78 Chevy. He is from Surrey. John Jenkins, a 10.96 at 121 with a 5, and Martin, a 10.15 at 126 with a 4. Next up, it's Dustin Brewington from Kennewick, Washington, in the 1999 Camaro, running an LS engine, going against Stephen Robert from Courtney in the 1934 Chevy called Evil Bucket, sponsored by Pitbull Mechanical Repairs, and big thanks to Gary Nodell. Dustin with a 10.33 at 128 with a 1, and Stefan a 9.02 at 142 with a 7. Next up is John Tabak from Maple Ridge, Tower Lane, 1989 Chevy S10, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. Going against Kevin McNichol from Mission, 1967 Chevy Nova, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group. He was the 2023 Door Wars champ and the 2023 Smoke, Fire, and Thunder champ. Wow, cleaning up this year. We'll have to see how he does here in the Race of Champions. Qualifying round here in Super Pro, a 10.13 for Kevin. John Tabak with a 10.48 at 127 with a 1. Here is Jan Christensen in the dragster. This dragster is new to Jan this season. He's been racing for about 8 years, and usually we see him in his 67 Nova that he calls El Gringo, as well as that 2016 Camaro he ran in Top Sportsman. .96 at 167 with a 9. I just asked my tower staff here, the lovely, beautiful ladies that run this tower, I said, is that what Colton Morin's going to be driving next year? And they said, uh-huh. So, oh my goodness, how exciting for Colton, graduating out of Junior Thunder and head into the big times here for next year. Next up is Junior Street qualifying round. Tyler Smith in the tower lane. He's been dominating this season. He's from Abbotsford, 1997 Chevy 1500, sponsored by Jerry's OK Tire and Zap Strap Racing, going against Taryn Monroe in the 1994 Chevy Blazer. And she's from Surrey. She was the 2022 class champ. Here they are for their qualifying round here at the Race of Champions. Wow, look at that trip zip. Wow. Taryn Monroe in 11.41. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning to the lanes, please? Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning to the lanes for the chip draw. Just doing a little track check there in the top end. Making sure everything's A-okay to let our Junior Street guys go. It looks like it's all good. It's James McNeil from Surrey in the 2010 Nissan Tower Side. Isaac Nurchlow from Chilliwack in the 2003 Pontiac Montana. James McNeil at 10.02 at 69 with a 5, and Isaac with a 11.33 at 61 with a 6. Sophia Getz in the 94 Mustang Tower Side going against Dallas Nassi from Mission in the 2000 Honda he calls the Slug. .8971 with a 2 for Sophia, and Dallas a 1169 at 62 with a 5. That looks like it wraps up the juniors. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning, we need you to come down with your vehicles. Bring your vehicles. We need to do that chip draw, but we also need to do our first round of eliminations for the Race of Champions. All right, a test hit here for Craig Johnson, sponsored by Johnson's Custom Exhaust. He's from Langley in that 84 Olds. Now, Craig was on his honeymoon, folks, and he made it just in time here. So congratulations, Craig, to you and the missus. And here he is, Mr. Craig Johnson. .1157 at 113 with a 7 and a 004 for Craig Johnson. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning, if you are not already in the lanes, please bring your vehicles and head to the lanes. We've got to do the chip draw, please. All right, the juniors out there drawing the chips, seeing who they're racing against, just like street outlaws. Just want to say to our juniors, no matter who wins, we are your biggest fans here. You guys are amazing. Just so you know. Race of Champions starting back up underway with our first round of eliminations. Pretty exciting, I must say. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get pro to the lanes, please? Pro to the lanes. Race of Champions. This is the top 8 in points prior to the start of the weekend. Everybody had a qualifying pass and is dialed in now for the first round of eliminations. Our respects go out to all the first responders that are heading over the bridge as one of their fellow officers was struck down in the line of duty. So, of course, all the respect going out to all our first responders and all our best wishes to them out there. So, Race of Champions, folks, a beautiful sunset here as we start the elimination rounds of the Race of Champions. Of course, I wish you all good luck. And I'm one of your biggest fans, juniors. I love juniors the best. You guys are awesome, and parents doing parenting right. So congratulations, everybody that's here at the Race of Champions. Starting off our first round of eliminations in Junior Thunder. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get pro to the lanes, please? And sportsmen on standby. Pro to the lanes. And sportsmen, you're on standby. All right, just almost ready to begin our Race of Champions, round one of eliminations. Of course, don't forget about the West Coast Outlaw Shootout, and that is September 29th to October 1st. It's the last big race we have, and of course, all you points guys, all you bracket guys, be sure you come to the banquet, hey? And juniors, you guys all come to the banquet. I was there last year, and I was like, who are these people? But now I know who you are, so come on down to the banquet so we can partay. Always a good time. And great to see everybody all dressed up. You get to see everybody at their finest at the banquet. See, Anna's coming. That's awesome. So don't forget the banquet. Be sure you're coming to that and hanging out with all of the racing family. Here we go. The race of champions racing to the 8th mile. It is the Junior Thunder class. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get David Radstad to the lanes, please? Junior Thunder Race of Champions. Eliminations, round 1. We've got Alex Green in the tower lane. He is from Mission, part of the Green Brothers Racing team, going against Bentley Johnson from Mission, sponsored by Bubba Speed Shop, Lucas Oil, Heatwave Visual, and Titanium Auto Group. Alex dialed in at a 12:23 and Bentley an 8:94. Bentley will have to be very patient as he watches Alex take off down the track. First round of elimination here, the Race of Champions, Junior Thunder. Alex Green is off, and Bentley's chasing after him. See if he can get around him. He cannot. Alex Green moving into the next round at 12.23 on his 12.22 dial. Next up, it's Adam Katnick in the tower lane, sponsored by TK Performance and Lordco. He was the 2022 points champion. He's going against Isabella Marshall, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, quality manufactured homes, and this car is for sale. All right, this is her first year racing. She's going to be going into Junior Lightning next year. And the only girl in the Race of Champions for the Junior Thunder. So here it is, Adam Katnick versus Isabella Marshall. Two greens there, hauling down the track. Who will it be moving into the next round? Adam Katnick, a 9:04 on his 8.92. Isabella, 9.13 on her 9 dial. Hunter Thompson in the tower lane, sponsored by JBS Equipment. He's from Mission. He's dialed in at a 8.91. He's going against Ashton Katnick from Maple Ridge, sponsored by TK Performance and Lordco. Ashton is sponsored by TK Performance and Lordco. Dialed in at 11.93. So we've got Hunter Tower side dialed in at an 8.91. Ashton 11.93. All right, our track officials indicating that they need to take a closer look down at the top end. So we're going to get them to go ahead and do that before we carry on with our Junior Lightning, the Race of Champions. Next up, we'll have Nick Bond and Aiden Katnick. Track officials just out there checking out the situation. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get sportsmen to the back of the lanes, please? Sportsmen to the back of the lanes for your chip draw, please. All right, looks like it wasn't anything major, so we're back to the Race of Champions Junior Lightning. First round of eliminations, who will be moving on into round 2. Aiden Katnick from Maple Ridge in the Lordco lane, sponsored by TK Performance and Lordco Auto Parts. I know he is probably wanting to move into the second round with his bros. But I'm not sure if Nick Bond is going to let that happen. Nick from Mission, sponsored by JBS Equipment. Nick is dialed in at a 795 and Aiden a 790. Race of Champions, round 1 of eliminations. Nick Bond, Towerside, versus Aiden Katnick in the Lordco lane. Aiden Katnick moving on a 794 on a 790 dial. Nick Bond hitting that red gremlin. Abigail White. Sponsored by Lordco, Pioneer Truck, TNT, and Walco Industries. Looks like big problems for McKenna Thompson. Abby moving on into the second round of Junior Lightning. All you guys are winners in my book. All of you. Making it to the Race of Champions. Pretty cool. Tower side is Colton Morin, as last year in the juniors. He's won the Junior Thunder Championship 3 times. He is the winner of the Junior Ambassador Award, and this is his last junior race till he goes into the big old dragster. He's going against Lexi Winterbottom, part of Hobo Racing, sponsored by Bowtie Ventures. She's from Langley. Colton sponsored by TDS Tires Plus, Waco Flooring, JBS Equipment, and Rex Cox. We've got Colton Moore in Tower Side, Lexi Winterbottom in the Lordco lane. Two greens, they're making a race of it. Both of them dialed in at 8:02. It's going to Colton Moore in 8:04 on his 8:02, and Lexi in 8:05 on her 8:02. Colton Moore moving on into the second round of eliminations of the Race of Champion Junior Lightning. Ryan Ladre. Ryan Ladre, we need you to the lanes, please. All right, carrying on to Pro Class here at the Race of Champions. Pro Class Race of Champions. It's Rob Monroe in the Tower Lane, sponsored by SD Performance, Gibson's Racing Transmissions, and Horizon Auto Body. He's dialed in at a 10.60, going against John Tabak from Maple Ridge in the 1989 Chevy S10. John Tabak just wants to give a big thanks to Mission Raceway Park and the BCCRA for doing all the cool events. Thanks, John. John Tabak, a 10.44 at 127. 2 red lights, but John having the lesser of the 2. So John moving on into the second round of Pro. David Rastad in the 1980 Malibu from Maple Ridge going against Dustin Brewington from Kennewick, Washington. It's racing the 99 Camaro. He's been racing for 8 years. Dustin Brewington has. Doing a lot of racing at Renegade Raceway. Definitely not what David was looking for there. Dustin Brewington moving on at 10.33 at 128. Craig Johnson, Towerside 1984 Oldsmobile Cutlass, sponsored by Johnson's Custom Exhaust, going against Sean Langley from Linden, Washington, that 1969 Mach 1 called the Hustler. Sean Langley is running that 1969 Mach 1 with a 428 Cobra Jet and 11,500 original miles coming straight from the Ford dealership to the racetrack. It is Craig Johnson moving on at 11.68 at 110 with a 7, and Sean at 12.05 at 109. Chris Stone in the Tower Lane dialed in at a 10.04, going against Ross Walker at a 10.11. Chris is a 12 times pro champion. And he has over 19 Wallies and 100 wins, but today going red. And Ross Walker moving on a 10.13 on the 10.11 dial. Big congratulations to those who are double and triple classing and that have made it to the Race of Champions. That's quite the feat and pretty darn cool. We're going to be moving into Super Pro here. First round of eliminations at the Race of Champions. Don't forget, if you haven't been to the pro shop, they got some pretty cool sales on. They've got some Smoke, Fire, and Thunder and Door Wars merch, as well as that new Liberty wear for women and Lethal Threat for men's. I've seen a couple NHRA t-shirts I definitely want. And a lot of sparkly things for the ladies. So be sure to check out the pro shop and grab some of that merch on sale. If you buy one item, you get 5% off. And this is for the apparel. If you buy two, you get 10% off. If you buy three, you get 15% off your whole order. So why wouldn't you stock up when we have a great sale going on in the pro shop? Super Pro coming up next. No, Sportsman. Sportsman coming up, sorry. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Super Pro to the lanes, please? Super Pro to the lanes. Sylvia Hoogston from Maple Ridge, a 1966 Ford. She was the Race of Champion winner for Hot Rod, as well as the winner of the Stefan Condole Top Performer Award. She's owned and raced her Mustang for almost 20 years. Is going against Ryan Ladre. He started racing in 1996, mainly here and in Ashcroft. In pro for 14 years, even winning the Pro Bracket Champ in Ashcroft in 2003. He got married right on the start line at Mission and sold his original race car to Ralph Ehlers before taking 17 years off to raise his kids. This is his first season back, and he's loving it. His family is out here supporting him, and his son Colby is his crew chief. Sylvia Hoogston at 12.74 on her 12.71 dial. Moving on into the next round, Ryan at 12.26 on his 12.22. Next is Nick Douglas, Tower Side. He's going against Roland Lowen in that 55 Meteor in the Lordco lane. Nick Douglas is out of Lake Stevens, Washington. He's a two-time track champion at Pacific Raceway. Roland Lowen has owned that car for 25 years, and this is his first full season of racing. He says he's had a lot of fun and met some amazing people. Roland dialed in at a 12.92, Nick a 11.86. Nick Douglas trying to chase down Roland Lowen. Can he get around him? Roland breaking out 005. Nick Douglas moving on into the next round, 11.89 on his 11.86. Steve Baskerville, originally a street legal racer. He's now one of our regulars here in the sportsman class in that golf. Going against Sean Langley from Linden, Washington in the Hustler. Sean Langley. Moving on into the next round, Steve Baskerville at 006, Red Gremlin. Randy Hermson up next, 58 Oldsmobile. Randy the Magnet. It's the world's quickest original engine and transmission from a 58 Oldsmobile, super tuned by Jim Bankies. Dialed in at a 13.51, going against Sydney Jung from Surrey, 1981 Malibu, sponsored by Lordco. She started in junior dragsters at 8 years old and went on to win 3 championships, Rookie of the Year, Division 6 ET Finals in 2017 in the Junior Thunder category. She graduated to Sportsman last year in the Malibu that her dad had driven in Stock Eliminator for the past 12 years. She has 10 Wallies and multiple wins in Junior Thunder, Street, and Sportsman, including the Race of Champion in Junior Street. Randy Hermson and Sydney Jung racing to the top end. Sydney Jung moving on into the next round, a 12.22 on her 12.17. Randy a 13.82 on his 13.51. Attention in the pits, attention in this pit. Super Pro, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Pro, head on down to the lanes for the chip draw. Race of champions here. It's pretty exciting, I must say. Round one of eliminations here on the titanium strip at Mission Raceway. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get Hot Rod to the back of the lanes for the chip draw, please? Hot Rod to the back of the lanes for the chip draw. Race of champions here, round one of eliminations. Moving into Super Pro. All right, looks like we're ready to go into Super Pro here at the Race of Champions. So exciting for my little street legal heart. It's just pounding away with you cool kids. Jan Christensen, Tower Side from Langley in the Dragster. The Dragster is new to him this season. He's been racing for about 8 years now, usually in that 67 Nova called El Gringo. As well as the 2016 Camaro, he ran in Top Sportsman. He's been around racing his whole life, with his daughter racing the Nova and his brother being involved as well. Jan Christensen dialed in at a 793, going against John Tabak from Maple Ridge, 1989. Chevy S10, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. He'd like to say thank you to Mission Raceway and the BC Custom Car Club Association for putting on all the cool races. John dialed in at a 10.45. Round one of eliminations in Super Pro, the Race of Champions on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Jan Christensen, an 808 on a 793. John Tabak going red. Jan moving into the next round. Randy Hermson, we need you to the lanes, please. Randy Hermson to the lanes. Next up, it's Craig Johnson, Tower Side in the 64 Oldsmobile Cutlass. It's going against Dustin Brewington from Kennewick, Washington. Dustin dialed in at a 10.32. Craig at a 11.63. Dustin's been racing for 8 years, winning several track champions at Renegade Raceway and the King of the Track once. He's currently first in points in the Renegade Raceway's box and no box series. He didn't start the season at Mission thinking he would race for points. He just ended up at the first race and hasn't missed one since. Craig Johnson moving on into the next round of eliminations, 11.63, right on his dial, folks, 004 off. John Jenkins from Delta, an 88 Chevy S10, going against Martin Rochelle in the 78 Chevy. Martin a 10.14, John a 10.96. Martin Rochelle had a neighbor who had a couple Chevelles, and it got him interested when he was 15, so he built the Malibu in 87 and kept adding things to it to get better and better. And he's moving into the next round, 10.17 on his 10.14 dial. Kevin McNichol, now Tower Lane 1967 Chevy Nova, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group. He's the 2023 Door Wars and Smoke, Fire, and Thunder champ, going against Stephen Robert from Courtney in Evil Bucket, that 34 Chevrolet, sponsored by Pitbull Mechanical. And big thanks to Gary Nodell. Stephen chasing after Robert. Kevin McNichol moving into the next round at 10.19 on his 10.12. And it sounded like Stephen having a little issue there. Heard him let off the gas at 10.77 on his 9.01. So Kevin McNichol moving on into the next round at Super Pro. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get Junior Street to the back of the lanes, please? Junior Street to the lanes, and Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning, you are on standby. The Race of Champions here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. It's so exciting. We were just having a discussion about bracket racing and how cool it is, and you know how street legals is kind of like checkers and bracket racing is like chess, you know? It's pretty cool. It has that extra challenge with that dial-in time. You really got to get to know your car to be a bracket racer, that's for sure. The Race of Champions here. The first round of elimination for Hot Rod coming up next. We're going to get down to the nitty-gritty here and find out who will be racing for the king of the track this weekend. Here comes our Hot Rod class. Hot Rod at the Race of Champions, first round of eliminations. Rob Monroe Jr., 1969 Acadian, sponsored by SD Performance, Gibson Racing Transmissions, and Horizon Auto Body, dialed in at a 10.61. Randy Hermson from Mission in the 58 Oldsmobile, the Winged Behemoth. Down the track to catch up to Randy. Handy does it, a 10.65 on the 10.61. So Rob Monroe Jr. moving on into the next round of eliminations in Hot Rod is Dustin Hunter in the Tower Lane. And it's Falcon Fast going against Rob Hodgson for Mission in the 67 Plymouth. Rob dialed in at a 10.64, Dustin at 9.14. Rob Hodgson was the 2021 Hot Rod Track Champion. And Dustin Hunter said he got the bug for drag racing from his high school racing program in 03 and 04. He bought his Falcon 11 years ago and originally ran in the low 12s. And Dustin taking that Falcon into the next round of eliminations. Jerry Brabander from Cloverdale, 1962 Chevy 2, a 2022 California Hot Rod Reunion champ, going against Chris Stone in that 68 Dart, sponsored by Stone Cold Racing. Chris, of course, that 12-time pro champion, 2-time Division 6 champion. He has made over 8,000 passes in 31 years of racing with 19 Wallies and over 100 wins, and he moves on into that next round as well. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning to the lanes, please. Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning to the lanes. Mark Brenzinger in the tower side and out of time, Nova, and Sean Langley from Lyndon, Washington in the Lordco lane. Mark dialed in at a 957, Sean 1199. Look at that Nova go. Can he get around him in the top end? He cannot. Sean Langley moving on into the next round, the 2023 Pacific Raceway Sportsman Track Champ. Sean Langley's car is a 1969 Mach 1 428 Cobra Jet with 11,500 original miles. It came straight from the Ford dealership to the drag strip, running Division 6 Superstock from 1969 to 1974. It raced frequently at the Old Mission Raceway, and Sean has owned it for 30 years. He won Sportsman Track Championship both last year and this year at Pacific Raceway. So there you go, Sean Langley moving into the next round. The race of champion round one continuing here. Elimination round one for Junior Street. Dallas Nassie in the tower lane in the slug, that 2000 Honda. Dallas is dialed in at a 11.65. Going against Taryn Monroe, dialed in at 11.39 in her 1994 Blazer. She was the 2022 class champ. And here we go, round one of eliminations. Dallas tower lane, Taryn in the Lordco lane. Racing to the 8th mile here in Junior Street. Dallas Nassie moving on. 11.51 on his 11.65, but unfortunately Taryn with the red. So he moves on into the next round of eliminations of Junior Street. Next up, it's Sophia Getz, the 1994 Mustang. Isaac Nurchelo from Chilliwack in the 2003 Pontiac, Montana. He's dialed in at 11.30. Sophia, a 9.90. It's a heartbreak, 003 red for Isaac. Sophia moving on into the next round, a 9.87 on her 990, but that doesn't matter. Moving on into the round two of eliminations. Tyler Smith, Tower Side, sponsored by Jerry's OK Tire and Zapstrap Racing in the 97 Chev, going against James McNeil. Tyler Smith absolutely dominating this year in Junior Street. He will be moving on into the next round, 11.24 on his 11.19 dial. And James, 04 red. That red gremlin coming out to bite you. The race of champions here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. All you juniors, you are all champions in my book. Tower staff would like to say a shout out to the little Frenchie dog that's all rolled up in the blankie. We saw the latest of the Frenchie attire with the front-facing knapsack for the pups. Pretty cool. Race of Champions here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway, just about to restart into round two of eliminations. Junior Thunder coming up. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get pro to the lanes, please? Pro to the lanes for round 2 of eliminations. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Ross Walker, can you please come to the lanes, please? Ross Walker to the lanes. Race of Champions just about to get underway. Round 2 of eliminations for Junior Thunder to start. Just gazing at all the cool people in front of the tower and all the cool parents doing a great job raising their kids. So glad you're all out here, and hopefully we'll see you at the banquet as well. So a reminder, you guys, come on out to the banquet there in January January, says Shelby. Such a great time, and you know how beautiful Shelby looked at the last banquet. Gorgeous. Race car Barbie. Anyway, we want to see you all scrubbed up and all beautifully dressed at the banquet. So be sure to get your ticket when they announce that, and we'll see you there and have a little bit of a party. Here we go, starting off round 2 of eliminations here at the Race of Champions. Junior Thunder. Ashton Katnick in the tower side, sponsored by TK Performance and Lordco Auto Parts. Ashton dialed in at a 11.93. Alex Green in the Lordco lane, he's from Mission, dialed in at a 12.18. Round 2 of eliminations here in Junior Thunder, the Race of Champions on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Racing to the 8th mile, it is Alex Green moving on a 12.23 on his 12.18, and Ashton a 12.05 on his 11.93. Alex moving into the 3rd round. All right, well, he's going to the final round, so we're at that point now. Wow, Alex Green. We'll see who he's going to go against. Got Connor Jackson, Tower Lane. He's from Abbotsford, sponsored by TKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, and Lordco Auto Parts. Connor dialed in at a 9.01. Adam Katnick dialed in at an 8.95. Adam sponsored by TK Performance Lordco, and he was the 2022 points champion. So here we go. It's Connor Jackson, Tower Side, going against Adam Katnick. Whoever wins this is going to the final round. Adam Katnick moving on a 9 even on his 8.95. Connor a 9.11 on his 9.01. Alex Green and Adam Katnick will be meeting, facing off to see who will win the Race of Champions. And all right, semi-final round here. And Race of Champions semi-finals here. Racing to the 8th mile, Junior Lightning is Colton Moore and Tower Side from Mission. Sponsored by TDS, Tires Plus, Waco Flooring, JBS Equipment, and Rex Cox. Dialed in at an 8.03. Going against Abigail White from Mission. Sponsored by Lordco, Pioneer Truck, TNT, and Walco. Abby's dialed in at a 7.99. This is Colton Moore's last year in the juniors. He's been in the junior dragsters for 8 years. Next year, he gets to go into his big brand new dragster. Who knows? Maybe we'll see him in Super Pro. Junior Lightning semifinals, Colton Moore versus Abigail White. Colton Morin moving on into the next round in 8:06 on his 8:03 Abigail and 8:01 on her 799. So Colton Morin will be in the finals, but who will he be racing against in the Race of Champion Junior Lightning class? How exciting is this, I must say. Lincoln Shirk in the Tower Lane, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Systems, JBS Equipment, and JS Power Sports, going against Aiden Katnick from Maple Ridge, sponsored by TK Performance and Lordco. Aiden dialed in at a 790, Lincoln an 800. Who will meet Colton Morin in the final round here of the Race of Champions in the Junior Lightning class? We will find out momentarily. Lincoln Towerside, Aiden, Lordco Lane, Race of Champions semifinals. Lincoln Shirk and Colton Morin in the final round. Just from the comments in the tower, I know we've had this matchup before. Lincoln and Colton Morin going to the final round of the Race of Champions in Junior Lightning. That is going to be one exciting race, folks. Again, all of you juniors, you are all champions. Making it to the Race of Champions, you guys are awesome. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get sportsmen to the back of the lanes, please? Sportsmen to the back of the lanes for the chip draw. And Super Pro, you are on standby. Super Pro on standby. Sportsmen, make your way to the lanes, please. Just a little track prep here before we carry on with the Race of Champions. Pretty exciting so far, I must say. Bracket racing is where it's at. And the nighttime is the right time for racing. We'll be getting back to it in our round 2 of Pro. All right, here we go, moving into Pro semifinals. Race of Champions here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Craig Johnson in the tower lane. Craig in the tower lane, 84 Oldsmobile Cutlass, sponsored by Johnson's Custom Exhaust. He's from Langley, dialed in at a 11.64. Dustin Brewington from Kennewick, Washington, the 99 Camaro. Running a 408, he's dialed in at a 10.34. This is the semifinals in Pro, the Race of Champions. Craig Johnson moving on into the final round, a 11.66 on an 11.64, and Dustin getting that red gremlin. Who will be meeting Craig Johnson in the final round? Will it be John Tabak in that 1989 S10 sponsored by Rad Torque System? He is dialed in at a 10.47. Or will it be Ross Walker from Langley, 1966 Chevy 2, dialed in at a 10.12? Two green lights. Who will be moving on into the next round? It is John Tabak, a 10.47 on his dial. Ross Walker, a 10.15 on his 10.12. So Craig Johnston and John Tabak will meet in the final round here at the Race of Champions. We will see who will be moving on to fight for the king of the track. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get Super Pro to the lanes, please? Super Pro to the lanes. And Hot Rod, you are on standby, please. Super Pro to the lanes. Hot Rod on standby. Semi-final action here at the Race of Champions at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. All these guys are going all out, and we can tell it's amazing racing action here tonight. So glad I'm here to hang out with you guys and watch. It's been pretty amazing, I must say. Race of Champions here. Semi-finals here in the Sportsman. Sean Langley from Lyndon, Washington, here in the Tower Lane in the Hustler. 69 Mach 1 428 Cobra Jet. He's owned that car for over 30 years, going against Sidney Jung in the 81 Chevy. A junior champion sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts, who will be moving into the final round. Sean or Sydney? This is a close race, folks. Sean Langley moving on into the next round. 12.16 on his 11.95. Sydney, a 12.38 on her 12.15. So, Sean Langley moving to the final round. We have Nick Douglas here in the Tower Lane in the 68 Dart, sponsored by SBB Racing, going against Sylvia Hoogstens from Maple Ridge in her 66 Ford. Sylvia was last year's Race of Champion winner for Hot Rod. She's owned and raced her Mustang for almost 20 years. And Nick Douglas out of Lake Stevens, Washington, a two-time track champ at Pacific Raceways. Sylvia at 12.71, Nick an 11.85. Who will meet Sean Langley in the final round? It's Nick Douglas, our American friend from Lake Stevens, be going against Sean Langley in the final round of Sportsman. Wow. Next up, we have Super Pro semifinals here at the Race of Champions on the Titanium Strip. Shout out to everybody on the live stream watching. Hey, everybody. Hope to see you down here, perhaps at some point this weekend. Don't forget, next weekend we have the big race. The last race weekend of the big ones. Of course, we have a Street Legals on October the 6th, our final Street Legals. So be sure to come on out and bring your car and have some fun for the Street Legals, October 6th, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. But the West Coast Outlaw Shootout happening next weekend, September 29th to October the 1st. That is a big bad boy with all those radial tire classes, the Outlaw 275, the Real Street, Limited Street, all of those radial tire guys, as well as Pro Mod and the Door Slammers. So a huge race coming up next weekend as well. And here, of course, the Race of Champions and the Mission Finals this weekend. Can't wait to find out who gets those final points to push them into the lead, or these points are actually very close in almost all of these classes, except for Junior Street. Tyler is run away with that one for sure, but can't wait to see who we are going to celebrate at the year-end banquet. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get Hot Rod to the back of the lanes, please? Hot Rod to the lanes. All right, race of champions here. We're going to be moving into our Super Pro class. Semifinals. Getting down to the nitty gritty here. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get Junior Street to the lanes, please? Junior Street to the lanes. We need you. Semi-final Super Pro action here at the Race of Champions. It's Craig Johnson in the tower lane. Craig with that 84 Oldsmobile Cutlass, sponsored by Johnson's Custom Exhaust, going against Martin Rochelle, 1978 Chevy. He is from Surrey. Martin dialed in at a 10.16. Craig dialed in at a 11.68. Who will be moving into the final round? It is Martin Rochelle, a 10.14. It's a double breakout. He broke out less. Martin, who has been lucky enough to travel to Pomona twice for the Summit Final Nationals in his Malibu. Jan Christensen in the dragster dialed in at a 7.96, going against Kevin McNichol in that 1967 Chevy Nova, dialed in at a 10.10. Kevin, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group. He was the 2023 Door Wars champ, the 2023 Smoke, Fire, and Thunder champ. Who will be meeting Martin in the final round of Super Pro Race of Champions? Evan McNichol moving on into the final round, going against Martin Rochelle in Super Pro, the race of champions. Wow, what a final round that will be. Semifinals and Hot Rod now, race of champions here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Chris Stone in the Tower Lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning to the back of the lanes, please? The finalists for Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning to the lanes, please. Chris Stone, Tower Side. Rob Monroe Jr. in the Lordco lane. Double 09 red for Rob Monroe Jr. A heartbreaker. Chris Stone moving on. Who will face Chris Stone in the final round of Hot Rod? Will it be Dustin Hunter in the Tower Lane, a 1964 Ford Falcon called its Falcon Fast? Or will it be Sean Langley from Lyndon, Washington in the 1969 Mach 1, the 2023 Pacific Raceway Sportsman Track Champ? Dustin Hunter and Sean Langley. Dustin dialed in that 915, Sean 1198. Dustin hauling over to the top end, but he can't get around him. It's Sean Langley meeting Chris Stone in the final round of Hot Rod, Race of Champions here at Mission Raceway. Wow. Great racing action here, you guys. They're not messing around. We're going to have a great, great final round. We'll find out who will be representing their class at the King of the Track at some point this weekend here at the Mission Finals. Junior Street semifinals here coming up. Another super exciting class. Great to see all of our juniors out here, and congratulations to all of our juniors, of course. You're at the Race of Champions, guys. Doesn't get better than that, does it? Dallas Nassie in the Tower Lane, the 2000 Honda called the Slug, going against Sophia Getz. In the 1994 Mustang, Dallas dialed in 1151, Sophia a 990. Dallas Nassie heading on into that final round. Broke out by only 10 thousandths, 7 10,000ths. However, Sophia going red, Dallas moving on into that next round. Tyler Smith with the bye run into the final round in his 97 Chevy 1500. He's been dominating in this class, the points leader. Sponsored by Jerry's OK Tire and Zap Strap Racing. So in the final round, it'll be Dallas Nassie versus Tyler Smith, Junior Street Race of Champion Finals. Moving into our final rounds here. Everybody's pretty excited up here in the tower, and we hope you are excited as well. The Race of Champions here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. What a night of racing it's been so far. Super exciting. All these racers going for the gold. They want to be the champions, and we'll see who will represent each class for the King of the Track later this weekend. Just a little look at the track before we head into our final rounds here at the Race of Champions. We will see who will be competing for the King of the Track. Just if you're wondering what I'm talking about when I say King of the Track, maybe you're new. The 4 Race of Champion class winners plus the points leader in motorcycle and 1 wild card entry will make up the 6 racers that will then run for the King of the Track, the Wally and the Jacket. The wild card will be a random draw from all of the Race of Champion racers that did not win their respective Race of Champion series. So that is super exciting. I remember last year it was Lorenz Schwartz and Craig Johnson battling it out to see who would be the king, and it was Lorenz last year, but Lorenz nowhere to be seen here at this Race of Champions, so not defending his title this year. So we'll see who it'll be. All right. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. All finalists, make your way to the lanes, please. All finalists, make your way to the lanes. And hey, if you didn't make it to the finals, come on out and support your racing family here. Cheer them on. Come on out and come watch the Race of Champions. See who will be heading to be the representative for the King of the Track. Final round here for the Junior Thunders. Race of Champion, who will it be? We have Adam Katnick in the Tower Lane, sponsored by TK Performance and Lordco. He was the 2022 points champion. He's dialed in at 896. It's going against Alex Green from Mission, part of the Green Brothers Racing team, dialed in at 1220. Who will be the Race of Champions winner? Will it be Adam? Will it be Alex? Good luck to you both. Alex away, Adam chasing after him. Can he catch up? Alex Green is your Race of Champion winner in Junior Thunder. Congratulations, Alex Green and the Green Brothers Racing team. And of course, congratulations to all of our Junior Thunder racers. You guys are awesome. I'm a huge fan of you Junior Thunder. So congratulations goes out to Alex Green, 2023 Race of Champion winner in Junior Thunder. Moving on into our final round of the Race of Champions in Junior Lightning. Junior Lightning. And I am a super fan of Junior Lightning. All the junior classes, in fact. Now, this is a matchup to watch here. It's Lincoln Shirk and Colton Morin. Now, they've been lined up more than once in their racing career. Of course, this is Colton's last year in the juniors. He's been racing junior dragsters for 8 years, and next year he climbs into his big bad dragster. So can't wait to see him racing. I spoke to him and he's super excited about the new dragster. Lincoln Shirk Tower Side, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Systems, JBS Equipment, and JS Power Sports. Lincoln dialed in at an 800. Colton Morin in the Lordco lane, the 2023 Mike Boss, sponsored by TDS, Tires Plus, Waco Flooring, JBS Equipment, and Rex Cox. He is dialed in at a 805. This is the final round, the Race of Champions in Junior Lightning. Who will be your 2023 Race of Champion winner in the Lightning class? Will it be Lincoln? Will it be Colton? Big congratulations to Colton Morin.
He went out
The winner of the Race of Champions in his last year of racing junior dragsters. Been racing junior dragsters for the last 8 years, and boy, oh boy, he's going to the big times in his new dragster. So congratulations goes out to Colton Moore and to all of you junior Lightning racers and parents. Congratulations. It's a big deal being at the Race of Champions, you guys. So again, great job from up here in the tower. We love you guys, and we want you to keep racing. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. All remaining finalists, we need you to the lanes, please. All finalists, we need you to the lanes, please. Race of Champions here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Race of Champions final round now in Junior Street. Man, this is some exciting stuff. It's Tyler Smith and the Tower Side, sponsored by Jerry's OK Tire and Zapstrap Racing. Tyler's been dominating in this class, the points leader. Dialed in at a 11.24, and it's up to Dallas Nasty to take him out here in the 2000 Honda called the Slug, dialed in at 11.50. The final round, Race of Champions, Junior Street. Here we go. Look at this upset. Dallas Nasty, congratulations. You are the 2023 Race of Champions winner in Junior Street. Wow. Great racing action here on the Titanium Strip from all of our juniors. You are all winners, all of our juniors. I can't wait to see you guys racing this weekend and racing again next year. You guys are definitely awesome. And watching you guys progress, and you're amazing. All remaining finalists, you should be in the lanes, please. If you are not, please make your way to the lanes now. The Race of Champion finalists, if you are in the finals, please make your way down to the lanes so we can finish up the Race of Champions and see who will be representing in the King of the Track. Next up in the Race of Champions final round, we're going to the pro class, folks. The 4 Race of Champions class winners, plus the points leaders in motorcycle, which I do believe is Tom Tarrant, and 1 wild card entry will make up the 6 racers that will then run for the king of the track, the Wally, the jacket. The wild card will be a random draw from all the Race of Champion racers that didn't win. And of course, that will be coming up this weekend. Very exciting. We're going to determine who will be the Race of a Champion winner here in pro. And looky who we have here. What a matchup, folks. Craig Johnson in the Tower Lane 1984 Oldsmobile Cutlass, sponsored by Johnson's Custom Exhaust. Craig dialed in at a 11.65, going against John Tabac from Maple Ridge in the 1989 S10 with a 365. Sponsored by Rad Torque Systems, he's dialed in at a 10.47. This is your final round in pro, the Race of Champions. Who will be the champion of 2023, Craig Johnson or John Tabac? John Tabac breaking out is going to Craig Johnson. Congratulations, sir. You are the Race of Champion winner in pro class. Wow, that was an exciting race. Wow. I'm surprised you can't see the tower shaking as we were jumping up and down. This is amazing racing action here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Just a reminder, on Sunday morning, the Racers for Christ non-denominational chapel service is being held here, 3rd floor of the tower at 8 a.m. Sunday morning. The subject, the heart and the mind, with Chaplain Jerry Lucky. Everyone is welcome, so that Sunday morning, a Racers for Christ non-denominational chapel service Sunday morning with your friend Jerry Lucky. All right, Race of Champions final round here in Hot Rod. Chris Stone. Chris Stone in the 1968 Dart running a 440 Mopar. Sponsored by Stone Cold Racing. Now, this is the final round, and unfortunately, Sean Langley cannot make this pass at this time. He will be making his pass in the Sportsman, but he is unable to make both passes. Chris Stone, your Race of Champion winner in Hot Rod. Congratulations to Chris Stone. And the tower's going wild. Next up, Race of Champions Super Pro. Final round. All right, Race of Champions here, final round in Super Pro. Kevin McNichol in the tower lane. '67 Chevy Nova, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group. He's the 2023 Door Wars and Smokefire Thunder champ. Kevin dialed in at a 10-11. Going against Martin Rochelle, the 78 Chevy Nova, dialed in at a 10-1-3. This is the final round for the Race of Champions. Who will be our winner in Super Pro? Kevin McNichol, your champion, your Race of Champions. And Martin breaking out 2,000ths, folks. Wow. You've got a bunch of supporters here in the tower. Congratulations, sir. Kevin McNichol will be representing his class for the King of the Track, and he is the 2023 Race of Champions for Super Pro. All right, final round for Sportsman, folks. Sportsman. Nick Douglas, Tower Side. He's from Lake Stevens. Lake Stevens in Washington in the 68 Dart. Sponsored by SBB Racing. He's a two-time track champ at Pacific Raceways. Dialed in at 11.86. It's going against Sean Langley from Linden. So a couple American dudes here. He's in the Hustler, that 1969 Mustang, dialed in at 11.98. So the race of champions, final round. Nick Douglas from Lake Stevens, Washington, going against Sean Langley from Linden, Washington. Here we go, folks. Nick Douglas is your race of champion winner. Sean Langley breaking out 600ths of a second in the Hustler. So congratulations, sir. Nick Douglas, you are our race of champions winner for the sportsman class. This is going to be a wild king of the track at some point this weekend. All these guys were going for gold, and you could tell what great racing action we had on the titanium strip here at Mission Raceway. Okay, that was our final round of the Race of Champions. Wow, what a night it's been, folks. Congratulations to all of our winners. And of course, all of you are champions in our book here. All right, so Shelby's coming down there and bringing the checks on down to the winner circle to get some photos with the hardware and getting the old checks out. So again, congratulations to all of our Race of Champion winners. We can't wait to see how you are going to do in the king of the track, going for the Wally and the jacket. That'll be at some point this weekend. Of course, stay tuned for all the latest and greatest on the Facebook page. And we'll be hopefully getting some action in tomorrow. And if not, our priority, of course, is for the points race. And I will be here regardless. So again, on behalf of Mission Raceway, what a great Race of Champions it's been. My name is Chrissy Anderson. And we will see you again tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Nick Douglas, we need you down for winner's circle photos, please. Nick Douglas. If you could make your way down for some winner's circle photos. If you have if you were a runner-up for the ROC and you have not picked up your runner-up check yet, you can come down to the winner's circle and we have your runner-up check here for you as well.